ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being here on this super cold morning. This is a budget work study session for the Waverly City Council. It is 8:32 and we are called to order. Do I have an motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve the agenda as presented.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? At this point, I will turn it over to Mr. Bronner.
Thank you, Mayor. We will start as normal and walk you through a whole series of charts and graphs and pretty things to tell you how we got here today. I guess I want to start by saying to you that whatever you do today will be wrong. The day after this budget is finished, it is wrong. The day after you approve it to go forward, it is wrong. So do not take this so serious that you're locking down something that's permanent. You were trying to predict something that will end in 17 months, and your hope is to understand where all this money goes in that time period. But the day after you approve it, I don't know, maybe a boiler doesn't want to fire like yesterday and it's 50 degrees in here. That may be on its last leg. We didn't see that yesterday when we built the budget. Those are the things that happen. Someone wants to retire, that changes your budget. So literally, I'm serious, it will be wrong the day you approve it. So don't get so caught up in the absolute detail. We're trying to get a broad range of what this looks like, why it's where it is, what we're going to try and do in the next 17 months, basically by June 30th, 2027. So all that enjoyment being said, we're going to jump in to the charts and graphs you have placed on your tables or individually. Carl is going to assist and put them up on the screens for you as well. First one we're going to start with, assuming my monitor comes up. Yeah, it's not working. See, wrong already. First one we're going to start with looks like this. It's this packet. It's the valuations by classification. And so we'll try and go through this as quick or as slow as you want to. I want to make sure you have a good understanding of this. So the valuation by classification, your classifications we deal in are residential, agricultural, industrial, and commercial / railroad. They're all kind of similar. There's other smaller ones, but we don't deal in those as much. So when you look at the 100% valuations, when I say 100% valuation, that is basically what is your property worth. And what we're looking at is what is the entire city of Waverly worth. If you were to want to sell it, and there's days we probably do, what is it going to get you for a price tag? We're just shy about 1.2 billion. That's what everything in the city of Waverly is worth, properties, all of it, commercial, ag, you name it, 1.2 billion roughly. So that's a nice number, but it doesn't mean much to us because the state doesn't let us use that or keep that. I'll show you that a little later. Taxable valuation is the key. That's the amount you can actually tax against. And that does change every single year. It's due to what they call the rollback, which we'll touch on for a little bit here in a minute. But the purpose of these charts, when you look at the 100% valuation, it demonstrates to you that a little over 80% of the value of Waverly is in residential property. So when the residential rollback changes, it has a significant effect on what we can or cannot use for finances to govern the city. Commercial, industrial, not as much. We're just not that kind of a community. We're not a heavy industry. We're not a heavy retail. Residential is where we are, and I think that's similar for most cities in Iowa, but 80% is residential. So when you put the taxable item in, the reason it shifts, residential drops because the rollback is only about half, it's even less than that this year. The commercial industrial goes down to 90% you can tax against it, so it shifts a little bit as well. But you still see even the taxable value is still 70% plus residential. And that is what we focus on, that's the key when we talk about a lot of our finances. So, any questions on that?
So, is there a way because even within the residential, now they're putting in carve-outs for seniors, for veterans, for others. Is there a way to even show that in that 71%? Because that's not 71% actually, it's less than that.
It would be. It would be.
Because of the numbers of people that can have exemptions.
Correct. And if we want to tack another half hour on, I can get you about 12 more charts and break that down as far as you want to go. But you are right, there are other exemptions. We're looking at a 20,000 foot view of what it kind of is. But you dig down into it, there's homestead credits that come off your taxes. There are, and the state has now recently shifted a lot of the credits they used to handle onto local government. We now don't receive them instead of them paying them. That's just a trend and what you're seeing happen. So We can certainly get that far down if you'd like, into the weeds, we can do that. That's up to you.
Just pointing that even though it says 71% is giving up less than that, because we do have a fair number of those other exemptions that are.
Absolutely.
And they keep seeming to want to tack more on every year.
Well, not to call people out, but we're gonna call people out. Taxable valuations do not apply to us, government, churches, nonprofits. There's a significant amount of value in the city of Waverly that does not pay taxes. And a lot of it falls around, as I said, government, religious entities, your churches, your, everything that is nonprofit, non-taxable, does not pay taxes. But what they do pay is water and sewer, and that's where, when we get to Justin's presentation later, that's why we shift things sometimes to other funds, because it truly captures a more fair way of distributing taxes, et cetera, fees, whatever you'd like to call it, because everybody pays water and sewer. Not everybody pays taxes,
And sales tax and other taxes.
sales tax and everything. So that's why we kind of do some of the things we do, but for our purposes today, that's kind of a broad, this is what it kind of looks like, this is a shift in why when the taxable comes into play. Okay? So the next chart, again, we're gonna focus on taxable valuation right now. We've had a good history of increasing taxable valuation. It's always nice to see it go up to the right, not down to the right. That's not a good situation. So the little red dot on top, that is the TIF. That is the amount of property in TIF. You can see how that has declined and gotten smaller in the last few years. We do not have a lot of property in TIF. There's a lot of discussion on that. There's more discussion this year in the legislature that somehow TIF needs to change, and that's fine. We don't use a lot of TIF properties. Some cities do, we're not one of them. We use a scalpel, we don't use a cleaver. We don't put half the city in a TIF district. We pick parcel by parcel to do that. That's a more responsible way, in my opinion, than just blanket putting it in, taking a bunch of money, using it for something else. Come on, monitor, please. Okay, whatever. So we don't use it the way other cities might use it. The good thing is we see growth going up. Now the fun part, if you look at the last two columns, that right one, it is a little lower. And that is, again, a result of the rollback, which we will touch on. We actually went down this year and lost a little bit of growth, even though we had a good year of growth. So we'll talk about that in just a second. So that's our taxable valuation trend for the last 20 years, so it goes up and up and up. That's awesome. The next one is a fun one. This is a history of the rollback. This goes back to the 70s, but the idea is that 100% of your value you are not taxed against. So we kind of discussed briefly. So if you have we use simple numbers, $100,000 house, well, that's Waverly. If you have $1 million house, you're only paying 47% of that value can be taxed. So $470,000. 47% this year can be taxed, or last year I should say. This year it's down to 44%. That shift, depending on how you want to slice it or look at, is it the growth caused it, which statewide it did, that's some why it goes down, but that may have cost us a few $100,000 total in revenue we would have had it been left alone. So now the only way you get back to even zero, the money we did have a year ago, you have to raise the rate just to get back to even, which we'll talk about that much later in the budget. But so the rollback, if you look to history, the far left, commercial, industrial, were at 100% till about 2013. They put a bill through to reduce that down to 95 and then 90% through 2 years. The goal and effort being that it'll draw more people in, it'll help cut taxes on property for commercial and industrial, and we'll be flush in businesses and population, it'll be outstanding. Well, none of that worked. They were told it wouldn't work, and it didn't work. But we still did it. The reduction in that amount that we received from taxes was backfilled, literally the term they use, it's a backfill each year. You're gonna have this to offset the losses you have going forward. Some of the time said this will be going on forever, it'll be great. In Iowa, forever is 9 years, because they started to take it away 9 years after, and now it is basically all but gone. So we now do not have that revenue we were told we would. That has been a long and ongoing issue. If you look at the little purple line in the middle, that's a great little piece of history there. They also decided that multi-residential, which is your combination of a business and an apartment upstairs or apartment buildings, things that are usually found in college towns or larger places for different types of housing, they were gonna be taxed differently too. So instead of being at 100% or even at 90, like they were when they were commercial, gradually over time, they were ratcheted down to about 50% where residential sits. There was no backfill for that. So that is additional lost revenue every year, 3 to 4% of that category that was not backfilled. So first we've taken a hit for residential, or not residential, excuse me, commercial industrial, now multi-residential. And then you get to the bottom red, which is the big one we talk about, that's your residential. You can see how the rollback has gone up, it was fairly flat, and then it drops significantly in 25, if you remember that 2 years ago, and then again now in 27. So that is driving down the ability of us to generate revenue off of taxing properties. So again, we have to raise the rate, tax additional, just to get the same amount of funds we were dealing with before. The crazy one in the middle, that's agriculture, and we don't have a lot of that, thankfully. If you're a county, you don't really like that. I mean, it is all over the place. It fell from 74% down to 59 this year on taxable valuation. So a lot of your counties are gonna see huge increases in value, but a very minimal increase in taxable value. And so that's the same kind of situation we're talking about here. But that just shows you sort of the history, and you can go all the way back to the 70s. It's all over the place. So that is what our rollback looks like.
The commercial's the same as industrial?
Yes, both at 90%. It fluctuated just a hair in fiscal 08-09. There's a little bit of green there. You can almost see it, but it's been pretty much lockstep the entire time. And that was, I think the railroad had a small piece that caused that back in that time. The next page is one of my favorite graphs because it visually lets you see what the rollback is. Top line, that's our 100% growth. That's what our parcels are going up. It's what the city is truly worth. Bottom line is what we get to tax against. That's your taxable value. Now, if you look at the last 2-3 years, you see a significant issue. Growth is going up a substantial amount. Value is what we get to tax against or not. And it's being held flat, and that's part of the issue. As you want to keep growing, you want to keep bringing in businesses, you want to keep bringing in residential, housing, etc. We're not getting the benefit of that. Because as you continue to grow, the rollback lowers and lowers and lowers, the amount of tax you're getting is not helping. And so there is almost a disadvantage to grow when you look at these charts and how this kind of spells out. And that's concerning. So even as we push and push to grow and grow, which we still have to do, we're not getting the benefit we would if the system was different. And this is how it's been in Iowa for a very, very long time. There was discussion last year of getting rid of the rollback. I think it's in a couple of the property tax resolutions this year for the bills in the state. Do you get rid of it over 10 years, 13 years? Now that doesn't mean we get all this extra money coming in, because when the rollback goes away, your values are gonna go up a bunch, and the rate you need to have to generate that fund drops, probably in about half. So it nets out the exact same. People run around thinking it's gonna be some huge boom of money we're gonna get. It nets out the same. It's just more predictable knowing you don't have to deal with an artificial number placed every year by the rollback. So the rollback's determined by residential agricultural properties is hooked together. Neither one can increase more than 3% statewide. When that happens, the rollback decreases to bring it back down to a 3%, depending on either one. It just depends. This year, I think it was probably ag, based on how severe that drop was. But it could have been both, could be a combination of all of it. But that is the key. 3% is all it's allowed per state to increase in your your residential and agricultural valuations each year. And valuations for ag is not based on how much a property is worth, it's about productivity over a 5-year plan. Even more complicated, we're not gonna get into that one, Tim. That one makes my hair fall out. Again. So that's your valuation, taxable valuation in a nutshell, that space in between. That is the money that we have for growth, but we are not allowed to use for taxes. And that's what that kind of looks like.
So basically, James, if they, the rollback is increased if the property valuation goes up more than 3%. So that's how they compensate.
Correct.
Okay. To keep property taxes stable or lower.
To keep your valuations from going way too high or property jumping, yes.
But is the logic, what's the logic behind that? Is that to keep property taxes lower? Or why wouldn't you want property values to go up?
I think when it happened in the 70s and this all started, a lot of it, you were in a farm crisis. You had ag property plummeting, you had other things skyrocketing, you had inflation everywhere. And it was to try and level that out, so it wasn't such a high and low every time you turned around. It was to keep it more stable
Okay.
as we move forward. So that's the explanation we were always given, that's what it was. I was like 3 when that happened, so I don't really remember a lot of it, but you know what the ag ground was then. But that's, the issue is the stability of it at the time. So you don't want plummet, you don't want increases, you want to keep it somewhat stable for people to predict, which is still not working, but it was a good thought. Any questions before we jump ahead? I know this stuff is kind of quick, we're going through it, but. Okay. And the next one kind of starts our path of, you know, what do we have? What do we deal with? So, based on last year's rates, because again, we don't have this year's yet, this is property tax by entities. So, we, this year, have about 46% of the taxes that come in. School's about 35, county's about 14, Hawkeye, and then miscellaneous, which is your assessor and some other smaller taxes that are combined. This will fluctuate year to year, depending on certain things that happen, whether you build schools, whether you take out large bonds, whether you do a courthouse remodel like the county is doing, if you borrow debt for that, whatever they have, it'll shift the mix. So every year we take another reset, we look at the past year just to get an idea of what this looks like. And that's kind of where we sit. So when you pay your taxes, we don't get all of it. It doesn't all come to the city, it doesn't all go to the county, even though you pay it there. We get a portion of it.
Does that tend to remain fairly stable?
Somewhat. It takes a pretty good swing to move this a lot,
Yeah.
but this is kind of where it has been for quite a few years roughly. Same breakout.
And this is also, I mean, we don't use a lot of TIF, but this is also, TIF goes into us as opposed to, we're taking some of what would go to the county and go to the schools comes to us.
Yes, sir.
With the idea that we're incentivizing growth within the city as a whole to benefit everybody.
Yes, sir, absolutely. So this is kind of what our share is of the total prize that comes in here. Now, where does it go? We have a couple charts I'm going to show you that talk about where it kind of ends up. The main one is by expenditures. I didn't want to get into that because there are some departments and areas that don't have taxes, they have fees instead. But this gives a breakdown by category of what each area looks like and how big it is compared to the other. Your largest places, it should not be a surprise, are public safety, which is police, fire, ambulance, public works, sewer, water. So I mean, those are the big categories. Leisure services, library. That's where the big monies are. That's where it goes. Just expense, not taxes necessarily, just your expenditures in general, regardless of what they are. Now conversely, what we're going to deal with today is taxes, and the next one shows you where the taxes actually go. These are the taxable departments, so you see we don't have water, sewer, solid waste. It kind of reshifts. You have a little bit larger size for public safety, library, leisure services, and then some of the smaller divisions that go throughout. But that kind of shows you the breakdown of where a lot of your taxes go when we pay for it. This is the net revenue. This is truly what we tax for.
This is just property tax, or does this include other taxes?
Property tax.
So not road use or local option sales?
Transfers in and out, which are part of that, are included in here. So it's not pure property tax, but it does have the transfers in and out, which would affect property tax. So again, 20,000 foot view, this is a ballpark of what it kind of looks like, how your taxes go when it's made up. So,
And an overall, where are we at as far as personnel is like 75, 80?
yeah, 75 is a good number we throw around. I think that's fairly accurate. HR, 75 people roughly, full-time.
Full-time? Yeah, right around 75.
There you go.
Bulk of our expenditure tends to be on personnel.
Yep, some departments it's 80%, some it's most, some it's, yeah. You know, see in the different budgets that personnel is a large portion of all of this. People that do the job that makes it go, so. Okay, any other questions?
I just want to say that because when we're talking about controlling budget, the number one way to control it is personnel. That's our biggest expense.
Well, we saw that 2 years ago.
Yeah.
We did the massive reduction in cuts that we did, that's where we ended up having to go, so. The other charts we will get to later, that's gonna be more on your debt service and what we're looking at there, so you can tuck those away, keep them, hold on to them. I don't throw them away if you want, but we're gonna use them.
They're helpful.
We paid for it, printed it, even in color ink, so it's pretty. I mean, let's keep it for a little while. But that being said, we'll start jumping into the book itself. You have an org chart that kind of shows you how the city is set up, so that you're able to look through that. We're gonna jump in this fairly quick, because again, it's something you can review. Evaluations are kind of a historical, what has the value of the city done by category class that we talked about, both as 100% assessed and taxable. So there's a little history there, just in a little bit different format. The tax rate summary we will provide once we're done, so we know what we've summarized and what our rates actually are. And then even the valuation per capita, some items that are sorted in different ways, kind of shows you a little bit of where we are, other cities, et cetera. The main thing I take out of there is we do have a fairly high tax rate compared to cities our size, but everything else seems to be close to where our population will put us. And I think we've known that. The core of our rate is debt. And if you look back at last 10 years or so, debt has been the driver. Your projects getting done is the driver. That is where the increases have gone, for the most part, is your debt. You do see some in benefits, insurance costs have gone up and up and up, and they continue to go up. Not sure what we're gonna do with that. That's a difficult one too, but debt has been your kicker. That's what pushed you up, so. Any questions before we jump into departmental presentations? I know it's a lot to throw at you in a real quick time frame, and if there's ever questions or anything after the meeting, during, please feel free to ask. Hopefully there are questions for my answers, because I don't know if I have the others, but we'll get there.
Well, I just want to say, I think it's very helpful because we're growing, which a lot of cities
Yes.
our size are not doing.
We are.
And we do have a relatively higher tax levy, but that has been for projects.
It's for debt.
Which help bring people to the city. So it's all the circle of life, basically, yeah.
Absolutely. So each department is gonna come up, gonna run through their area. I think we'll start by seeing, I'm assuming we've read all this and digested it and just dug the crap out of it, so it's good. Bunch of questions, I'm sure. If not, that's no problem. So we'll see if you have questions to start with, because what we wanna do is answer your questions for sure, not just make a long presentation that didn't tell you what you wanted to know. So if you have questions, please ask them first, and then we'll get department heads to go over through their budget, and any additional questions that come up, we can talk about that. And then we'll move through as we move through, and at some point in time, if you need a break, we'll take one. If, we'll get you fed midday, and we'll see where we end up. We had thought about going to see the water building, but it's not heated, and I just don't think that's a productive use of our time right now, especially for the new council to see kind of what we've talked about, what that looks like. It's like -5 out there. I don't think it's gonna go so well. So we're just gonna hold off on that, maybe another day. But that being said, if it pleases the council, mayor, we'll move into starting staff presentations with police department. So if you would, chief.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the time to present the Waverly Police Department's budget. If there are any questions that you have as I'm going through it, please stop me. James directed us to kind of do an overview. We're not going to go line by line, but if there is a line that you've already indicated that you want to ask, be sure to ask, and we'll cover that. So most of these budgets, city budgets, are set up same. Each departments are set up same. You'll see at the beginning, our mission statement at the beginning of the budget. And we do strive to be a service-oriented public safety organization that's dedicated to serving the citizens of Waverly. And listed below that, you'll see our organizational chart. Our department is broken into 2 divisions. We have a patrol division and we have an investigative division. And we have 17 officers with our police department. And right now that equates to about 1.6 officers per 1,000 for the city of Waverly. And the state of Iowa averages are 1.7 to 1.8. Depending on your sources. And so I believe we're adequately staffed for the size of our city. During the past year, we logged approximately 9,000 calls for service. And once officers clear those calls, it can take anywhere between 15 minutes to clear that up, or possibly hours to days, especially if it runs into an investigative type issue. So it doesn't encompass the time in those calls. And on the next page, you'll see our activity cover sheet. And our ultimate goal is to provide a safe community and respond to the needs of the citizens. To help do that, I listed 4 objectives this year, and they come into community relations, equipment, training, and department policy. And again, I'll just skim over these. Under community relations, we're obviously going to continue our outreach that we have, Citizens Academy, National Night Out. We want to continue to enhance community engagement. And with those programs, this last year, we were able to get in front of about 4,400 citizens with those programs. So I think it's really good. Equipment. Within this year's budget, we'll be replacing equipment and planning for other outlying equipment, which supports the strategic plan goal of sustaining services and updates our infrastructure. The 2 big things that you'll see in this budget is the planning for the replacement of our 4 squad cars. That will be located within the local and sales tax as we set that money aside. That'll be a purchase plan for next year's budget, not this year's budget. We replace our vehicles every 3 years, and so we set a third back each year. That way we don't have that rise and fall of those expenditures, so we put that money aside. The other one is the replacement of our TASER X26Ps, the tasers that all the officers carry. They are unsupported at this time. We will probably run out of supplies within the next year or 2, depending on the demand. That's what we are getting from from the manufacturer. So we are transferring or changing to the TASER 10 and the Axon virtual reality training. You'll see that lease agreement within the minor equipment, which is 6504 when we get to it. That will be a lease agreement, so if it goes through budget here, then that'll have to come back to you guys as a council in the next couple months. So that'll be prepped and ready to go in July.
Would you touch on the virtual reality training pod? That's not something we've seen before.
No, so that'll be new. So one of our things that we try to do through training is to have a lot of reality-based training. You can sit in a classroom, you can shoot at a paper target with a taser, you can shoot the probes at a paper target. What the virtual training will do, it will come now with goggles, and this is an added expense to the program, but it'll give the officers a live scene and that they'll have to respond to, and then they'll have to appropriately use the use of force given the situation that presents in front of them. This will be something that they'll be able to do on duty, that 10 minutes prior to going out on shift with their supervisor and the TASER instructor, and it's just that next level of training that they'll be able to get. And it's good to get them into those practical situations and those reality situations to get them to react to those events, because we all know that they're dynamic in nature when you have to use force.
You don't have a lot of volunteers to practice to be tased, so it's probably good to be able to
no
do
kidding.
that virtually as well.
So Rich, do they get feedback then from the AI program, from the virtual reality program, or from their
From the
supervisor?
instructor, yeah,
Okay.
yep.
And I have a question about the vehicles. So have we totally gone away then from the leased vehicles? Have we been done
Yes.
with that? Okay,
Yes.
I thought we were, yeah.
And some people do ask, why do you replace every 3 years? Well, these are 24-hour vehicles, so really it's almost equivalent to 9 years when you look at 3 shifts in each vehicle. There are other departments that have a vehicle per person. We don't do that, because then you're sitting idle for 16 hours or whatever they're doing. So that is why it may seem that it's quick, but again, these are 24 hours used. It's the equivalent of running 3 shifts per vehicle, so it's really 9 years of wear and tear in a 3-year time period.
So we have 4 marked vehicles that get replaced. Yep. All right, and then training to assist with costs, we do a lot of in-house, in-service training. Again, this will be something that will be an advantage to having that TASER virtual training that we'll do. And we'll continue to try to keep certifications in firearms, defensive tactics, first aid. Again, keep that all in-house. We don't have to go down to Des Moines to get that training. And then we'll continue to use the department policy, Lexipol policy manual. and daily training solutions. Again, that daily training solutions is something that the officers are tasked with daily, and it is a review of our policy and procedure manual, and they're given scenarios and they have to answer questions. And again, it just keeps them proficient with our policies and use of force on the administrative side of things. So, all right, on the third page is our department's revenue and expenditures. The largest revenue source you'll see here come from fines and the ATE citations. The court fines are the portion of the fine that we receive with that we get on a traffic citation when that is issued. The ATE citations are the portion of the fine we receive when a red light citation is issued. The transfer in is mostly coming from the local option sales tax, and that goes towards the leasing of our body worn cameras, which are the GTAC system you'll see in our budget. On the expenditure side, we have personnel costs section, services and commodities, and we have capital expenditures. On the personnel costs, that's basic salaries, insurance, work comp, all the HR. In services and commodities, where I can control a lot of the budget, that's where you'll see our training, our vehicle maintenance, our fuel, payment to other agencies, line item 6413. That is our contribution, our 27% that we pay towards the law board. We are under a 28E agreement with Bremer County, so the sheriff's office and the Waverly Police Department is in that. And our contract services, that's our area that covers the maintenance agreements with Central Square, which is our where we do tracks, importing. We have our arbitrator system out of there, and our Lexipol manual and training solutions comes out of that as well. And then the only capital expenditure we have this year is that $15,800, which is our lease agreement for the body worn cameras, but again, that's offset with that transfer in from local sales tax. That is a quick rundown as per requested.
So there isn't a set out for vehicles in this, that's,
Yes, you'll see that in the low-comp sales tax line item.
That'll transfer
Not
to
in this-
equipment
yeah.
reserve, which is where we take them from at the time. So we don't transfer into here just to let it sit. We have it sit in the
in
reserve
the-
fund
okay.
until we're ready to purchase, and you'll see it come in here for that.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. that will
Law
be-
board wise, I think there is a project to do
Yes.
parking lots. We moved that out of here as a one-time project. I don't want to tax for that necessarily, so we've talked about, we've kind of looked at it. Our Fund 301, our capital improvement fund, is where we're going to purchase that from instead of increasing taxes. That 1 year spike, again, we don't want to do that, but we can avoid it. And that's where that's going to go. If you want to just quick elaborate what that is, Rich.
Right, so with the law board project, it was presented to us through Bremer County and the sheriff's office that there was a lot of deteriorating of the sidewalk and part of the parking lot. And so they went out for bids and received a project cost that will replace the sidewalk in front of the law enforcement building, and then a portion of the sidewalk, or I'm sorry, the portion of the parking lot that needs to be redone. It's not the whole parking lot, it's the section that's deteriorating.
So we'll
And
bear
again,
27%.
Yeah,
of
we're
that.
paying, and that's what's nice about having that 28E agreement. It is, every project, we're paying 27% of that project. So we're paying $44,000 will go in that cost, and it's a $165,000 project. So it's worked, sharing costs with other government entities, for sure.
And I'm sorry, where'd you say that was going to show up?
It'll be Fund 301. We'll see it in the capital portion of the budget. There'll be a line for that, $44,550, I think it is.
And then I just had a question about, so the transfer in from the local option sales tax dropped dramatically 2 budgets ago. And was that it's just being recorded differently, like in a different area?
No, that would have
or-
been to offset, so like we're setting aside, so from local op sales tax, the money goes into minor equipment or into capital equipment fund, and
Okay.
it's held there.
Okay.
And as James said, you'll see that later in the budget.
Okay.
And then when we do a purchase, and that was our vehicle purchase.
Yeah, gotcha.
And so below that, you should see in the capital expenditures, the vehicle cost.
Okay.
And so that's the local option sales tax coming in to offset
Gotcha.
that.
Okay,
Or
so it's not that we didn't get local option sales tax, it's that you didn't put it in that line because we aren't using it.
We're not using it, right?
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
In the prior years, the lease had caused us to have that in there each year, and
Yeah.
now that we're not doing that anymore, that's why you won't see it unless it's a
Okay.
purchase of vehicles instead. Okay. So,
Yeah,
You said the state average was 1.7 to 1.8. What
Yes.
is the Waverly?
1.6.
1.6, okay, thank you.
so any other point one, is that what you're saying?
No.
Well, I think that's important to note because we occasionally get feedback
Sure.
that Waverly has too many police officers. And so I think it's good to see that statistic.
Yep.
Any other questions, police budget? No. All right,
I'll
thanks.
be here all day.
And it's tradition that he always starts us off.
right.
And does a nice job overviewing everything, so,
Thank you. Lead off hitter,
yep.
fire chief, we got a separate chief, I can't say chief now, there's,
Good morning.
Good morning.
He's a little more prepared than I am a lot of times, so I keep it fairly simple. Obviously, we started with our organizational chart and all that stuff. Our job is to protect the life and safety around Waverly and surrounding areas and mutual aid, all that stuff, so. 36 members, like last year, we ran 143 calls physical year, up to 77 now, 1,500 hour training hours. Our budget, I tried to keep fairly flat, just update numbers, but that's a hard thing to do, especially in the fire service world. Sometimes the prices are good for a day or maybe a week, maybe not even that, so. But like I said, this year, you go through there, obviously on what we get in, we get stuff from the rural board. Some of our trucks are 50/50 owned with them, so that's where that kind of comes in, and however else we break some of that other stuff down. But really, this year on our budget side of it is in that minor equipment area, harnesses, that gas sniffer, ladders. We do ladder testing every year. Some of our ladders are getting a little back from the 80s, so we need to update them and go that route. Accountability tags, we run 3 or 4 accountability tags per person. We use plastic ones now. We're gonna move over to a metal one because we break them, melt them, and all that, different things in situations like that, and there's some pictures in there. But
What is that?
an accountability tag? Well, so that kind of, how we operate is, one, you'll have 3 or 4 matters on how you make your system up. One tag goes into the truck. So then they know you came on that truck, so if anything bad happen, that we could go back to the truck to know that these people were here on that. Well, then you have other tags like hot zone tags and everything, so anyone going into the building, they'll take another tag, so then we know who's actually in there. So there's an officer or safety person sitting at the door taking tags as 2 individuals are going in and all that stuff, so then we know where everyone's accountable
Okay,
at.
gotcha.
But
There's a photo of some examples.
Yep,
on the
yep,
page.
I saw those.
How big are these?
not very big, they're just probably with your name,
Like size of a dog tag, or are they?
basically.
Okay.
These are, yep. In the operating supplies, we obviously got new radio systems, so just updating the batteries. Sometimes they can last a while, sometimes they can't, so basically just to get extra batteries laying around, so. And then the chargers to go with that to put in the truck, so we're ready there. Years past, fire gear, we buy 3 sets every year, keep it rotating through on like a 10-year cycle for everybody. And I think another portion of that is the capital part of it all is some hanging heaters and then window seals. We had a fire call last night. We still have a lot of equipment that's thawing out in our station. With the geothermal, you can't really bump that up. So if we can get some forced air just running around in there to help thaw us down quicker so we can get things back into service. So that's what we want to do there, just 2 hanging heaters over by our wash bay. And then the window seals is, like I said, we've had a little water problem there, but just go back through all our windows and kind of just fix that seal around the outside of it. But, yeah, like I said, try to keep it as simple as I can and just keep the numbers updated.
Get a lot of that capital we moved to other funds at times, so you don't see it here, it's here, you'll see it later in the budget, so we find a better way to fund it versus just property tax on it, because it's a one-time deal. Trucks, I know we touched on 50/50 trucks, et cetera,
Yeah.
we're looking at possibly one coming up.
Yeah, we have a tanker that's a 1995 Danco tanker. Just like we said, we try to stay on that 30-year. We're a little over that on this one, but, yeah, you're looking at 375, but that's a 50/50 truck with the rule board. So wherever we're at on that, however we want to do that, if we want to do that, but we're in that time frame that if, whenever we're ready, we can do it, so.
Okay. Just wanted to bring it up, that'll be a discussion we have later with equipment in general, equipment costs, kind of things we're struggling with. I know a lot of departments have them, fire's no different, so do we replace a 32-year-old truck? As he said, it's 50/50, run us about maybe 200 ballpark estimate on it. How do we pay for that? How do we fund it?
What's the
Tax,
lead
debt, et cetera.
time on it?
That's the other question we're gonna get
Yeah.
to. How long,
Yeah.
It matters what company you actually get to work with in the long run. Some of them will have them stock units, some of them will be probably that 12 to 15 to 18 months.
Yep.
And this is more of a simpler buy on that, but there's still a lot of things that go into them that they regulate, NFPA does, so then they kind of adds time on it. But like I said, I talked to Midwest. They try to put a stock unit in there, a couple stock units all the time, and usually have stuff laying around, but.
So we'll touch on that a lot later. Probably when we get more to Justin's budget, Public Works, the price of equipment, what it's gone to, the size, what we're dealing with, and the delays and lags, and what COVID is still doing to us going forward. So that's just one to note. That is a piece of equipment we're gonna have to take a look at and have a discussion, whether it's today or on the 7th, but we will be rolling through all those and what do we want to do? Do we replace them, do we fund them, and how? So. Any other questions? Fire budget?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thanks, Chief. Thank you.
All right. Ambulance, do not see a representative here. We will walk through that fairly quick for you. So your ambulance budget, it's a very small budget. There's only a handful of items in there. The county contributes a little bit for the revenue for what we do for the rural. We take care of the ambulances only. Hospital has the staffing, et cetera, so that's not our issue, but we run fuel, which thanks to the fuel station we put in is way better than it used to be. We're still conservative in what we're budgeting, but it's still there. And then the estimated repair and maintenance. As these vehicles get older and older, we see a lot more repair and a lot more maintenance. And they run about 9 years on replacement. We have 3 of them. We replace one every 3 years. So by the time it gets brand new again, it's almost 9 years.
So how old are the ones made now?
Well, one's probably about 9 years.
6.
We have one due to be here in April, but it was due a year or 2 ago. That's how long it's taken to get them. They are in a backlog, a little longer even than some fire. It's the same situation. You can possibly do a chassis, do an overhaul on it. We may try and do that going forward for a couple, but eventually you do need a new one.
Yeah.
And new price on these is about $315,000 without trade-in. That's your ambulance is running. And so each year we put, as you can see, about $75,000 into the rural or the reserve fund. And then eventually, just like police cruisers, et cetera, we build enough to buy that next ambulance. You see in the projected 26, there's that 300,000 to purchase that. Again, it should be here in April. And so we will start to build again. There's another one that's having a severe amount of issues. The amount of travel that's happening now is much greater than it used to be. We travel further, we go into other counties, we have a much bigger radius. A lot of it because of the location of the hospital, the southwest part of the county. We do get into other counties and all across Bremer as well. So the mileage that is put on there is substantial. There is a committee right now working through countywide EMS. I don't know what that's gonna do or how that's gonna go. It's been going on for a while. It's been some slow progress, but they're getting there, and hopefully that'll address some of this maybe. There's just a lot to be considered when they walk through that, and that'll be a levy vote of the people when we get to that point. But that'll come eventually. But for an ambulance right now, we have one coming. We could order another one right now, honestly, and be well within doing it with the mileage and the wear and tear, but we're gonna have to wait a little bit, try and get that second one here. And that one, I do think we will try and get a chassis and to do an overhaul of putting box and everything onto a new chassis and upgrade what's there versus a brand new ambulance going forward, so.
Well, and they're also transferring people all over the state.
Yep.
Plus, the reimbursement rates are poor for ambulance, so it's a financial loss for the hospital typically.
Absolutely. So, any questions on the ambulance? Like I said, it's a very thin budget as far as number of items. It's just our portion of what we do here. Okay. All right, so next up, we have airport. We have Jessica McGlone come up, Director of Public Works, and walk us through a number of budgets going forward. So, if you would, sir.
Good morning. You'll see me up here periodically, on and off throughout the day. First one starts with airport. Primarily, we're driven by FAA, Iowa DOT managed grants for any project work. You'll see some of that in this coming up this next year. Right now, our revenue basically is hangar rent, and that's a big driving force. They're always full, which is good. Down the road, they're looking at possibly, on the CIP, there's some down the road that they're looking at adding some other units, if you will. Another revenue source is farm leases and cut and bale agreements. The farm leases are basically go off the state average for the poorer quality soil. It's not the best farm ground out there, but the neighboring farmers are the ones that rent those. And then the cut and bale agreement for all the grass around the airport. We've been very successful the last few years. Another $4,000 I think was last year, so it's money that we normally would have to maintain, or area we'd have to maintain. One item you'll see for revenue, the only support from general fund is the $10,000 transfer. So that's the only general fund transfer that goes into the airport. Sweeter Aviation or Sweeter Air Service is a fixed base operator and manager. They've been there since 2018. It's a very good relationship. He's very active out there. They've got one of the best avionics in the nation or in the area. So it has grown quite a bit in the last few years. Coming up shortly, we do have airport apron and taxi lane reconstruction project. This is federally funded. It's basically administered by the Iowa DOT. It's a rather large project, between $600,000–700,000. How that works is we build those dollars up throughout the year. So they give you X amount of dollars each year, and you got to wait so many years until you can actually do a project. This one's great because the local match is 5%. So it's 95% federal, 5% paid by local match by the city. We're looking at right now scheduling a bid letting in April. Construction, very big construction window, August 26th to December of 27. Odds are it'll be in 27. But you'll be seeing something coming shortly on that. We're getting all the paperwork lined up for that.
And Justin, will traffic at the airport be able to continue through all that? They'll just sort of fly around it?
That's the biggest goal. That's one of the things FAA requires, is to keep operations going. There might be a period of time where it would be a little touchy because of the scope of the apron that needs repaired and where the taxi lane runs, but I think it's doable. I think we'll be able to accomplish it. Irv's really good to work with too. I mean, he's excited for it too, because it's the concrete's in really need of repair. One of the only additional costs you'll see added that changed from this budget was the contract mowing. So we hire that out. Very good guy, does a great job. Legal Services used to take care of the mowing contracts because they used to mow it, kind of how everything's changing hands, so we put it in this budget now. Any questions on airport?
Anything, airport? Okay, jump into general infrastructure.
General infrastructure. This is the stuff nobody thinks about. It's the dam operations. It's the inspection on the rail trail bridges, the river gauge, the street lighting, entrance signs. All those things are accounted for in here. Some of the major costs associated with this budget is the dam maintenance. Tetro Electric does a lot of our boating and wiring out on the dam itself. There's heaters out there to keep them from freezing to the abutments. There's inclinometers. There's quite a bit of stuff on the dam, the inflatable dams themselves, and he does all the work for that. Equipment services, which we'll be hearing about shortly. They do all the maintenance on the compressors, which is a huge savings. These are maintenance contracts for these are in the $10,000 to $15,000 a year with the companies that do these, and we can do it for a portion of that. The inclinometers I mentioned, those have been the issues we've seen lately. Anytime you drive by and you see someone out there, that's usually what we're replacing. It basically tells where the dam's at, the elevation of the dam and the gates. There's 2 of them on each side, so if one goes down, we get a little nervous. So we need to have both of them working at all possible times. Rail trail bridges, I touched on a little bit. We're down a few because we replaced a handful of them, so those inspections can be put out quite a ways. We have 2 that need inspection would be Ivanhoe and Interurban. Those will be coming up here shortly. They're actually once a year now because of the condition. So you'll see a contract coming either in February, 2 meetings in February, one of them for WHKS to do those inspections.
You said that was Ivanhoe and Interurban?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thanks.
I think it's the last 2 that need to be replaced, actually, that's what's left out there, so.
There's other ones out there, but they're in good condition.
You bet.
But they do take a look at all those when they come to town to inspect. Any other questions?
Do you want to touch base on the dam, life expectancy, longevity? I know it's not something I like to talk about, but at some point.
They're in the bladders, you know, they're a rubber, Teflon, or Kevlar bladder, you know, so they say a 20-year life expectancy, that'd put us about 33, that we'll need to look at something, so probably in 30 you start planning for that, 31. Right now, we do the torquing of the bolts, and last time they didn't get any on the backside of the dam, so that means everything's seated the way it is, there's no leaks, which is good. We visually inspect them whenever they get raised. So right now, everything's looking good, but it's something that we'll have to put on the radar in the future, and that's a coffer dam, that's a rather large project.
Any other questions, General Infrastructure? We'll jump into Public Works Admin.
You can see the org chart. Nice, pretty colors. We have 9 divisions, 10 budgets. Consists of, in the office out there, 1 specialist, a full-time office coordinator, and a full-time 32.5-hour office coordinator. They all have their specific areas they work in day to day, but when one's gone, they can back each other up. Last year we added the 22.5-hour office coordinator to take care of a lot of the water issues we were having. That's almost a full-time job at some days with the calls and the high water alerts. Project management administration has become a large portion of our job. We've basically broken down into 2 different projects, yearly projects that you guys all hear about, the bituminous, everyone loves saying that. Seal coating, asphalt patching, the ones that we do every year. And then we break it down, the other projects would be like rail trail bridges, water tower rehab, any other projects throughout the city. We deal with a lot of consultants, the engineers, and the different entities that go into each one of these projects. We haven't had a DOT funded really project for a while, except for something with airport. That's one thing that we used to do a lot of, but we've got a lot of the roads replaced now, so we're doing pretty good. We do an annual department report, as you guys have seen. A newsletter, we are considering lessening the newsletter a little bit. The postage costs have gone up a bunch, you know, and the printing costs. We're talking about doing it twice a year. One to catch basically the spring, summer season and then the fall, winter season. Because we have certain things, we got the spring pickups that we want to make sure we get stuff out for, and there is a lot of people that read it. After it goes out, we get calls. It's crazy, so. And it's a good way to get to people that don't follow social media and those items. So we'll continue to do them, but we're proposing to lessen those a little bit just because of those costs. They've gotten so high.
Can it be sent out electronically?
We can.
Yeah.
We can. We've looked at some other options possibly for next year. You know, James and I have discussed, you know, like maybe a calendar or something where we can get city events on there. And we have consistent things that happen every year at the same time, so we could put on there. And garbage pickup days, you know, a lot of people, garbage and recycling, a lot of people use those for that. All those little things we used to do, the costs have just skyrocketed, so we're trying to cut
Some of the examples they've seen are very slick. I mean, I think it's a great idea, calendar option, a lot of people have them. I think it's a really good idea.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, then you can put council meetings on it, you can put all the
Right.
stuff that you want on there, and
festivals and
I still
whatever.
use a calendar. I mean, there's a handful of people that still do,
Yeah.
or a lot of people do, so.
Justin, what percentage of Public Works users have signed up for the texts?
I don't know the
'Cause those are-
exact number right off.
those
I mean,
are really
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
We get a lot of the pickup day ones.
Yeah,
Because people use it for reminders when, say, a holiday comes, you'll get a notification, hey, it's set it out tomorrow, not
yeah,
today,
no,
or
they're
whatever.
handy, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but I know it's fairly good. Any questions on Public Works admin?
Jump into equipment services.
All right. Equipment services. We have two mechanics. One's got 26 years in, one's got 20 in, is looking to retire next year. So that's the big news there. They maintain over 300 pieces of equipment in the city. And they also maintain police, ambulance, fire, and then Waverly Utilities equipment as well. So there's a lot of pieces of equipment go through that building. We have been working on we got a fleet management system, trying to track. Inventory is a big thing. Val really likes when everything's right.
Absolutely.
So we've gotten really good about keeping track of our inventory. There's a lot of parts out there, a lot of items that are easily overlooked. So we've tried to work on efficiency of the shop, trying to schedule things on down times because, when a snowstorm comes, it's going to happen. You're going to work on a plow truck or, getting the seasonal changes too, as we've worked on. Extending out the oil changes. We used to be kind of old school, every 100 hours. We've looked at bumping those out a little bit. Mark's came around to me doing that, and it's worked really well. He's seen good results, and the guys have been really good about bringing equipment in. Sometimes these garbage trucks, for example, they're out on the road every day, all day. So to get them in for services, you got to hit it on a down, off day, so it's kind of difficult. So they're good about working with everyone. One thing I'll touch on a little bit further later is the fueling station. They do all the maintenance on that. They monitor the levels, and they help with me with any items I have out there if there's some repair needed or anything. We have additive we put in, he does that. He does a manual reading every Monday just to make sure our computer numbers are matching up with the gauge on the tanks. You can't always trust technology, so.
And who does that?
Mark.
Yeah,
Now, I'll say on the fueling station, talking to staff the other day, it was at Leisure Services, and they said, it used to be years and years, they would have frozen up, iced up equipment when you get gas from other entities in town. Not once has it happened since we put that fueling station in, even considering the last few days, no gelling, no issue, nothing. It's
Great.
there, it starts, it's good. I think it's just better how it's going through. It's been better for us overall. The price difference is substantial, and it's a big savings.
It's a big savings. So touching on that, I'll go into some numbers if you guys like numbers. We have a non-ethanol 500-gallon tank, which that's basically just stuff for small engines. Parks has a tank they fill off in the summer. We only used 2,400 gallons last year. Average cost at $2.83 a gallon. Average retail cost during that time was $3.79. $2,100 savings, not a big deal, And these numbers, the average, we're using a Midwest average, so it's conservative. The diesel numbers do not reflect when we saw $4 diesel here, it's $3.79, so it's a conservative number, but it's consistent. E10 gas, that'd be 10% ethanol, 25,389 gallons at $2.15 a gallon average cost, $2.90 average retail. That's a $20,447 savings in 1 year.
how much was that?
$20,447. Diesel, 38,758 gallons at $2.51 a gallon average cost, and average retail cost was $3.62. So to compare those numbers, that's $31,000, $477. So between the two, all the savings, we're at $54,000 savings in a year.
In a year.
In a year. And
I'm
these are
sorry, what
conservative
was
numbers
50
on the retail.
What was that total?
54,000,
54.
120.
It adds up.
No,
So it pays for itself quickly.
Yeah, totally.
5.5 year payoff.
Totally.
5 years.
And we saw some fluctuations in diesel this last year. Anybody that buys diesel, it's all over the board. We try to watch the trends, but, I mean, when we need it, we need it. We can't really, just before the storm's coming, I ordered this week, got it early. You know, there's items that you can't avoid. Wintertime goes up, because we buy blended, buy a 60/40 blend, we put an additive in it. Just keep it, so each truck's not adding additive to it anymore, it's all coming straight from the tank.
That's great.
So everything's blended together.
So much more efficient.
It's really efficient. We've also done bulk DEF, so we got both, basically a 330 gallon carboy of DEF, so we don't have those little jugs of DEF any longer.
What's that?
Diesel exhaust fluid.
Oh,
So all the newer equipment has them for the emissions control, if you will. Yeah, so we're kind of self-sufficient out there right now, and it's paid off. We do watch the markets, like I said, it's kind of hard. Gas is the easier one because we don't use near as much gas. If it wasn't for PD, we'd already use any, you know.
Rich?
and did the mechanic have to do extra training to learn how to do that? Was it pretty basic?
It's pretty basic. We use that firm out of Chipola Dix Petroleum,
Oh, that's right.
and they were really good. They brought in the management system the county already had. They liked it. They told us what they used. We pretty much emulated everything on their system, and it's been great. Great.
Shifting gears, Justin, what is your plan to replace the mechanic?
Next month or two, we're gonna start advertising, try to get some overlap. July is his date right now to retire. Hopefully get someone in with some knowledge of everything. That's the hard thing, because, you know, you just don't want a truck mechanic, you just don't want a car. You gotta have, you know, they work on chippers and blowers and, you know, everything, so.
Yeah.
That's the plan. Hopefully we can get someone in, at least give them a couple months or month and a half of overlap. A lot of it's gonna be on the job, I mean, like any of those things. If they got some knowledge, they'll be able to catch on.
I think it's getting more complicated with the emission issues that are coming up. I mean, it's not just you go in, you gotta change oil and you do this. Everything is
Yeah.
much more difficult.
There's software computers out on trucks right now to diagnose issues. We don't send a lot of stuff to the shops, very minimal. Mark's really, this last few years, we've got more work, so he's gotta pick and choose things a little bit better. If it's gonna be a day job, he'll send it to a shop. But if it's gonna be something that, yeah, he can get it done and it's a little slow, he'll take it on. I mean, he's more than capable.
Well, I see you're paying the tech fees to come in and snap on some of
Yeah.
that diagnostic
Yep.
tools, so. it pays
Yeah,
for
we got all the
itself.
diagnostic, and that's getting more and more difficult every year because they getting a little specialized for every piece. But Mark's really good about knowing what he needs, and he goes, I don't use that much, we don't need to upgrade that. So he's pretty knowledgeable on that.
Everything's got a license fee to it now.
Yeah.
It's not just software, it's a license fee that kills you going forward, it's not the purchase.
Correct. Touching on the budgets, there's not a whole lot of difference in here. Obviously, a lot of these are just, you'll see standard increases across all my budgets. You know, the fuel tax item, the salaries, wages, and uniforms, they're all, pretty much all of them, we've seen a little adjustments. The software you touched on, capital equipment, you can see our hot seat, looks a little sad there. We fixed it a couple times.
Are those holes in the bottom of that?
Yeah, it's rusting out. Yeah, it's a need of repair. So all the departments use it, so we're splitting those out between all the departments. It was put in at the building, so
Puddle on the ground.
I think it's, what, 2013, 2014, I think, building.
Yeah,
so-
it's got a good decade.
Yeah,
or something.
it's got a lot of use, and that's pretty volatile.
It's not as
environment.
hot as it used to be.
No.
It's,
And it gets used, the garbage guys use it every day.
Yeah.
A good joke.
Hey, a question on the fuel numbers. Is that from the whole fiscal year? Or I
This
can't
would be
remember.
one calendar year. And
Okay,
one calendar year, because it was put in January of '25, so it's not a full year,
okay.
but it's January 25 is a good number when it started.
So the numbers are from the whole 25?
Yep.
Gotcha, thanks.
Yep, we had a full 4 quarters,
Okay.
and that's how we track them. I got them on a fancy spreadsheet if anybody ever wants to see them, the trends.
it's very nice.
Any other items on equipment services?
And any, I mean, the other mechanic, because he's been there a long time too, any retirement date for him?
He's probably
or
in a
not?
4 or 5 year window, so
Okay.
we're hopefully hiring his replacement,
Right,
is my goal.
right.
And you get the right guy in there, I think it's possible. Not a lot of turnover in that position, which is good.
Yeah.
Okay, jump to road use tax, streets.
Streets, road use tax. Pretty simple. They maintain, repair all existing streets. Recently, we took, with the cutbacks, we took over veg management. We did some tree trimming before, but we do primarily all of it now. This includes the cycle through the town. We try to keep it on a 7-year rotation like a lot of our other projects and city projects are. Got it divided up in 7 quadrants, and every year each one gets hit. This year with the early winter, easy winter we had prior to this, we were into the next quadrant. So, which is a good thing, but that never happens with trees because they always need to be trimmed. We've been upgrading a lot of street signs, a lot of standards change. They're grandfathered in at some point, but they start getting faded and different requirements. Traffic signal hardware, everyone loves them. We have a lot of aging equipment out there. The high winds put toll on a lot of those plastic parts and items. A lot of the crews have been out replacing those. We try to get a couple of them done each year, depending on how much money we have in the budget. We've been doing a lot of alley concrete street approach replacements. It's kind of hard to make people put concrete approaches when we don't have our house in order itself. Yep. So we've been replacing a lot of these. We were in Southwest this year. Replaced a lot of those alleys. Plus it saves some of that water running off through the rock and everything. LED light fixture or traffic signals and fixtures. Those all put in the same time, so they die at the same time. So we try to go through and replace out certain sections of the signals. We have 12 intersections, and 2 are now the newer no traffic signals. So we're kind of moving towards it's an AI-based system. First Street Northwest has it, and then Cedar River Parkway and 4th Street ended up getting one because that controller ended up end of life. So. We have 5 operators, 1 part-time utility position that's split with solid waste, and then 1 foreman that's split with solid waste as well. These numbers haven't really moved over the years. We've added, we're over 72 miles of streets we maintain, plus a handful of miles of gravel. But yeah, they do all the tree trimming, right-of-ways, city property, mowing, detention ponds, you name it. Road use revenues, it's a set number by the state. So right now it's $138 per capita. So times 10,400, I think is the number we use. Yep. So that number does not move unless the state says it moves. Luckily they predict out, and Val always figures those numbers and gives them to us. That puts a kind of a hamper on this department because the costs of items have gone up immensely over years. Some of the items I'll talk about later, equipment, plow trucks, those items. We're really creative in how we use trucks and equipment year to year. Maybe we only replace the cabin chassis, not the snow equipment every 10 years. We rotate on the next. Well, that means it's 20 years the next time you go, but it gives you another 10 years and saves you some money. Not a lot of changes in budget except for some of the, we do have some of the bridge inspections out of this item. Road use has to pay for that. This would be bridges and culverts that are required every 2 years. Adams Parkway, which will be coming here shortly as well. That's off cycle to the other ones because that's a fracture critical bridge. So that has to be done this spring in March. Salt costs, right now we're at $95.16 a ton. We usually budget for 700 tons a year. Last few years we've really banked up our amount. Been easy winters. This year we're starting to use a little bit more. We're getting into the back of the building. We'll probably assess when that comes out, but I'm budgeting to increase a little bit in 26, 27, just for the fact I like to have a full salt shed. In case we do get an ice storm or you get a bad winter, ice storm will eat into a lot of that. I touched a little bit on the traffic signals. 12 intersections, 2 have no traffic. There's 30,000 intersections to upgrade to those. I found out recently that with any technology, you might as well plan on every 10 years replace them or less. It's just how it's going to go. You're not going to put them in and be good for 15, 20 years. It's just these things, They do end of life on them, and then you cannot repair them. They will not repair them.
You said it's 30,000 per intersection.
Yep. We are pursuing, we've heard of some grant possibilities out there. We're gonna look into some of those. There's some consultants that do some work with that. Any avenues to try to get some of these replaced, because when you don't have backups, it's kinda hard. You're pretty much, your hands are tied and you gotta replace, what needs to be done. Next pair of the vehicles. I touched on that a little bit. We went through a lot of options. James and Val met, I think, 2 or 3 different times. Right now I have, you can see a, 2009 Dodge truck. Mine printed green, hopefully yours isn't. But you can see the plow. It's completely rusted through. They had to do a patch on it. This gets used daily by all the, solid waste and streets a lot. You can see the miles, 63,780 miles. This was pushed off for years, and we did that during COVID. We couldn't get equipment, or pricing was so high, we couldn't even bid out these things because we weren't getting quotes back on equipment. So now we're kind of playing a little catch up on some equipment, plus we've been buying a tandem the last 2 years. So we're trying to make sure that we flip-flop and we make sure the right equipment's getting traded out each year. The second ones, we have 2 2013 Freightliners. This is one of those ones where we saved the equipment from the previous one. So this, the snow, the plow and wing, sander, all those items will be looked at being replaced. Years ago, it was funny, I was preparing for this, and I was looking at our list price from our fleet management software. And these trucks, some of them were $125 when we purchase price. Right now, $265. And that's with a good trade-in. That's about the only thing that's increased is trade-ins, which. These trucks they've all had new diesel particulate filter issues, which goes along with the DEF. Things are rusting out, they're aging out. There's not a lot of miles on them, but it's a lot of hard miles and a lot of salt. You can see that lovely Hotsy again. I put it in every one of them just to show. The last one is the stump grinder for a skid loader. Since taking over at Veg Management, we cut down a lot of trees. This year we're about $7,000 or $8,000 worth of stump grindings for a contractor coming in. One of these units we budgeted at $12,000 for a couple of years worth. We can pay for ourselves. And we have the equipment to mount it to. It's just a high flow mount on a mini loader or skid loader you can use.
How long do they last once you buy them?
The teeth need to be replaced, obviously, depending on where, but it should last quite a while. And the problem is we're going back and cleaning up all the stump grindings anyways. We're there multiple times. We just have a contractor comes in, and we don't have any say when he shows up. Last time was on a Friday, so, they make quite a mess. So you want to get those cleaned up readily.
So they don't clean up after themselves?
No, we do all the cleanup, seeding, everything.
How many people will be trained on it?
All the staff will.
All
Yeah,
staff?
they're all operators, so they're all capable of running that. There's always some that are better, and they're specialized in that, but. That's kind of a quick overview of road use. Any questions?
As Justin mentioned, equipment will be the big thing with this one. We're still not sure that this is how we want to fund these going forward. Road use tax fund can't take big purchases every year, multiple purchases. And you mentioned, prior to COVID, we had a replacement plan, 1 year, things like that going. When that came up and everything got backed up for 3 years, couldn't get a chassis, couldn't get a piece of equipment. You just can't catch up in that fund. It will not take it. And road use does some of the other things that I don't know the equipment pouring in there is gonna be the right thing to do. We're gonna try and find a better way to fund it. I don't know that we'll have that for you today, but we will have it by the 7th. It's just a matter of what it looks like, because, the trucks are, like I said, 260, 265. What's your bucket truck running?
Well, if you do a cabin chassis like we have now, that's a true truck chassis, you're probably talking 280 plus. If you look at going like an F600, which is be a 4-wheel drive smaller chassis, so you're probably talking 220. And they're readily available, so that's an option we're looking at. There's ways you can cut some costs and still get functionality, but you gotta be mindful of what you're cutting to.
Because that's a lot of the issue is, as he said, the pricing has doubled from what it was not 50 years ago. But the route that we're doing is not the same size. That's bigger as well. It's taking more wear and tear. And that's a problem I think a lot of cities are gonna face is, you know, like I said, we're growing. We're lucky to be able to grow. We can afford to probably do this. What do you do if your community isn't, and you have one of these same situations? What are you gonna do for a $300,000 piece of equipment? That's gonna be a problem everybody's gonna face, but we have it right now, trying to catch up to what's been pushed off, patched and welded, and now it's to where I don't know that we can continue to move forward with some of this safely, and how do we do it? How do we fund it? And that's gonna be the big question that we'll try and work through, going forward. But I don't think road use tax can take that in that fund for long. You don't wanna deplete and gut that fund, that's a whole nother issue, from bond ratings to God knows what. We don't wanna gut that fund, so.
Are you getting bids through that collective bidding, the statewide?
We usually send out locally.
Locally?
Yeah, we've looked at the collective bidding, it's usually ends up being the same people, you know, because they usually have the contract of like Freightliner trucks can only be sold at certain dealerships. And that's the issue we run into, is where we can get the chassis, so we usually bid out a cab and chassis and then the equipment's separate, which kind of runs into some things, because only certain people can get cab and chassis, so they're bidding another truck, and then you can't buy them separately real easy, you know what I'm saying? Because they gotta go together to be, so their trade goes. It's kind of a mess how you bid these out. But we look at Sourcewell. I mean, that's a good one. Usually they're pretty good pricing.
It's gonna lock you in, so you can't really make trades and things and deals and try to cheapen it. It's gonna be all together, one way or another. There's just no good way to get the better pricing of some of this.
Yeah, last year we even went international. State's going all international equipment just to see what their pricing was, and, you know, they couldn't touch what we were getting the other ones, so. We got a local company that we deal with, a couple of them that work really well, so if the service is another thing. If we do have to take it in, you don't have to go Quad Cities or, you know, all the way to Omaha or something like that. So Waterloo and Fairbanks, another one we deal with, so they can do a lot of the service.
Any other questions?
Well,
Road
the
use
staff, I'll
tax?
just comment, I mean, the staff does a lot.
Yeah.
Pretty lean numbers, and
Yeah,
Yeah, so-
I will note on a lot of the, like, plowing issues and even tree trimming, we have solid waste crews that come in.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cross-training anymore. We used to be a little more divided, you know, stay in their lane type thing, but now we've cross-trained a little bit, so some of the other people have some knowledge when people are gone on vacation,
helpful.
time off, so.
It's good.
You have to. We've had sewer line guys out plowing snow before, so.
it's nice.
Okay, anything else?
Okay, I'm gonna take this time and call a brief break. Grab some coffee, grab some water, stretch your legs, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes or so. James? Let's get back to it. I believe that brings us to the library department, please.
We're getting to the library early, this is good.
Cruising through it, don't break this streak.
Yeah? Well, good morning. For those of you who I don't know as well yet, I'm Sarah Meyer. I'm the director of the public library. And I'll go through our budget request for the library quickly here this morning. We've got the organization chart up, and probably my peers and James will chuckle at this if I say, because we always joke about this, that the library is a unique department, that we fall kind of under a different organizational chart in that we have a library board of trustees that sits between the council and the library to manage the entire library operation. So it's a little bit different than the other departments. Again, a huge portion of our budget, more than 70%, as with many other departments, is personnel. We have 10.8 full-time equivalents right now at the library, and it actually is 20 people, 20 bodies, 14 of whom are part-time. So we rely heavily on part-time staff. So we've got some what may look like odd numbers of FTEs for different positions, but we are sitting at about 6 full-time librarians right now. So we can turn the page to the activity cover sheet. I wanted to mention first that we are working on a 26 through 31 strategic plan right now. We've had a meeting gathering information from the public with the focus group. The board is kind of working through hammering out some goals right now. So some of these items will be updated very soon. But one of the things that we're still settling in on as far as activities is our new space. We just recently completed a $2.9 million renovation project, and so the new spaces and new furniture is something that we continue to adjust and watch how it's being used, and I think people are really enjoying the space. That's probably a good opportunity to mention that the library has 2 support organizations, the Friends of the Library, which their annual budget is about $30,000, and they pay for a lot of the programs that we put on, summer reading program and do-it-yourself programs and others. We also have the Waverly Public Library Foundation that was set up to receive gifts and fund things like the majority of the building project, and our bookmobile was funded by an estate gift, and that foundation we hope to continue to grow to provide additional support. Let's see. Let's go ahead and move on to the budget page. So our revenue section is pretty simple. The vast majority of our funding comes from the city's general fund. We have listed about $64,000 that we'll receive from Bremer County in 26-27, and that is based on a formula that we have we're part of the Bremer County Library Association, and that association contracts with the county for library service for rural Bremer County residents. So we've been talking to the supervisors just recently in the last week about what that contract will be for 26-27. And then there's a formula that calculates out what our portion will be out of that. But $64,000 is pretty close to what it should be. We have just a very small amount that comes in for lost items and duplicating fees. And then that line that says transfer in from restricted contributions, about $9,000 or $10,000 a year comes to us from the state. And that money is direct state aid funding. We can spend it pretty much however we need to for the operation. And then the other 10,000, we just kind of reserve for, we budget for in case we receive a gift that's specifically designated for something, and we spend it out of that fund. So that's only, that 10,000 is only spent if we receive it. So that pretty much covers revenues. I already mentioned that personnel is really the driving force of our budget. As far as personnel budget this year, we have not asked for any additional staff hours, although I would say we are stretched to our limits as far as staff is concerned. But we did, based on some research that one of our board members had done, benchmarking salaries and wages in other libraries across the state, we did put in a substantial hourly raise for our circulation clerks, the folks who sit right up at the front desk and answer a lot of the initial questions as people come in. And then the board did decide to add $2,500 to the library director's salary, which was part of a 2-year plan to bring that salary up to where they felt like it should go as far as the benchmarking. You'll notice in the building maintenance and repair line that we did up that budget to $10,000, and part of that is from our experience this year. We had 2 compressors go out in the HVAC system, and we have ordered those. They're waiting at the vendor to be installed, waiting for warmer weather, but that will completely skew our current year's budget for building maintenance and repair, and we're kind of waiting that out to see how things shake out. Towards the end of the year, we may be looking at an amendment for this current year to accommodate that unforeseen cost. But in the meantime, we did bump the building maintenance and repair line up to 10,000. It's really for unknowns, but we try to keep that within reason. We've been hitting very close to our mark for utilities. That's another big line item for us. Property and liability insurance continues to go up. That's another big line item. Technology services and equipment, I think that line is detailed out in the next page that we'll see in a minute in the account detail report, but the vast majority of that one is software renewals now, whether we're talking about virus protection or our email accounts or just a wide variety of software that we use for the self-checkout system. A small portion of that budget is for hardware, computer replacement. We have kind of a waterfall system where we replace a few computers every year because we have about a little over 20 computers for the public, and then we also have staff computers, so there's a lot of computers in the building to keep up. Contract services is set for next year at 15.5. This you'll notice if you look back to 23, 24, we've been able to have a significant savings from our previous, what's called an ILS, Integrated Library System. So we switched companies about 1.5 years ago, and that has saved us a great deal in annual costs on that system. But that contract services line, the big ones are our ILS that runs our catalog and our patron database, and also our HVAC maintenance. We have Johnson Controls come quarterly and check on things for the library. And then another big section is probably the last half a dozen items on that page, which we put together it's called library materials in general. It's library books, periodicals, media, which includes electronic subscriptions to databases, DVDs, we still buy DVDs. And those things, it's considered good practice to be somewhere between 10 and 13% of your overall budget spent on library materials. So by the end of the year, we're hoping that will shake out to be just right at 10%. We've fallen a little behind in those lines in past years because we needed to make adjustments elsewhere. But we also spend some gift money every year on library materials as well. So we're hoping to keep that in the 10% range. I think we're ready to move on to the next sheet. And I don't know actually if I have anything to highlight in account detail. I may have spoken about most of that. The only other thing I was going to mention is that in the library's minutes or just in conversation, you may hear talk about a possible bookmobile garage that's in the works. And that's something that our foundation is going to be considering. We are cognizant of the fact that the bookmobile sits out and we'd like to get it in permanent shelter. And that we feel like that's something that our foundation can do to really help out in that area. So they're exploring options there right now. Does anyone have any questions about anything I've talked about?
Good.
Okay.
We'll jump then into leisure services.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm here to talk to you about leisure services today. So leisure services is going to consist of myself and Ashley in administration, the Parks Department, cemetery, golf course and pro shop, civic center, and then the aquatics division. So as you can see up there, there's just our organizational chart. I mentioned all the divisions. It does consist, the Leisure Services Department does consist of 9 full-time employees and then 3 permanent part-time and 70 seasonals or part-time staff. So we'll jump into the administration part of things. For the last year, Leisure Services has been working with a regular part-time coordinator. We're looking to move Ashley to full-time 32-hour here for this budget year. Previously, we did have two part-time coordinators, but like I said, for the last year, we've just had the one, so we're looking to make that increase. Printing and publishing wise, we added Canva Pro last year. Ashley's really enjoyed using Canva Pro, so we're going to keep that. She uses that for all the flyers, brochures, basically any of the things that she designs to put out. Other than that, there's no major changes in the administration part. Are there any questions about the administration section? All right, we will move on to parks then. For the Parks Division, there are 21 city parks, or that we recognize as city parks. 12 of those have play equipment. Parks pretty much has their hands in about everything that you can imagine throughout town. They do a lot with the downtown things, all the planters, clearing of snow for the public places downtown, clearing of snow at the Civic Center, library, et cetera, mowing all of our public places, those types of things. And I'm just hitting on a few because they have their hands in a lot of stuff. Anyway, Paul Cheville oversees the Parks Department. And then we have Cody Hyman, Greg Westendorf are full-time there, and then Steve Henley is a casual part-time for us. So we will move on to look at some of the big changes in the budget and kind of a few explanations of some things as well. One thing I'm going to just touch on quick, but basically skip over, is the salaries and wages. Originally, when we were putting this budget together, we were looking at a position that would be part-time parks and then part-time working at the aquatics facility. When that opens, we've since removed that position at this point, but it's still in the book, so didn't want you to think that we totally missed something or anything.
That was just a casualty of the state, and the reductions, and the trimming, and we really couldn't go after positions that were full before we eliminated positions at once. And so unfortunately, it's something we had to go through and fix. It's ironic that, equipment pricing affects allocations, which affects general fund, which affects that. It's not a one-to-one, you can just point to it and say this is what happened. It's about 3 degrees removed as to why it happened, and that's what makes it so difficult to follow and track. But we'll still consider to doing forward. So third year, we've tried to get that back, per se. We were close, I just don't think it's in here yet. We'll see if something changes in the next little bit, but for now, we are gonna go ahead and remove that position and move forward with what we have. We will still have a body for the pool when it opens, that portion, but the park position of it will be removed out of the budget.
So will that be a part-time position then?
The pool, it'll be the
Yes.
manager for, that 3 months or so, which we had to have regardless. We were just hoping to eliminate the search, have an internal person to do both. Because a lot of the issue we run into is we have help through the summer, but we don't have a lot of help before and after. When your seasonals are in school, getting out or going to school, or we're losing people to other positions, we don't have a lot of before and after summer assistance where this position would have done that. Snow removal, et cetera, park mowing. When we lose everybody in August, we still mow into November and later sometimes. So now you have other staff that are trying to take that on. So we're still short probably half, 3/4 position there for parks, and then we were just gonna double up with the pool manager, so we had one every year. Didn't have to apply, didn't have to go hunt someone down, didn't have to do that, and so that was a hard one to let go, because again, we thought we had it, just things shifted on us towards the end of this process, and we just couldn't do it.
We're gonna move down the list a little ways. Payment to other agencies, okay, we got that up there. So if you go and look at account detail reports or the larger spreadsheet, it shows there a payment to other agencies for $3,000. What that is the Wartburg tennis courts. So we have a deal, an agreement with Wartburg that public can use the tennis courts there. We pay for the lighting there, and then we put $3,000 in each year. That's supposed to go for the resurfacing of the tennis courts when that comes up. And when I say the resurfacing, the city is, the agreement is that the city will pay 50% of the total cost of resurfacing. And so how many ever years that goes, these $3,000 per year go towards that, and then we have a balance to pay at that point as well. So, if it's 5 years, obviously we'll have $15,000 in there. Maybe it's $20,000, maybe it's $25,000, our share, then we make up the rest of that. So that's what that payment is. Minor equipment, 6504. Bench donation line is a new line that we've had. We had it last year, but we've gotten a lot more requests for memorial benches out at Cedar River Park. So we decided to add that in to just kind of account for those coming in, then us paying for it going out. So you'll see that in both revenues and an expense line item. Next thing on minor equipment is the power rake. And the power rake is something that we'll be looking to split with water and sewer. And there's a picture of it. Thank you, Carla. You'll see a picture of it there of a power rake, not necessarily the one that we're going to end up with. But that's used for areas for reseeding, basically if you're starting from ground zero again. So water and sewer would use it in places that they need to after they dig. We would do the same for places on any of our public grounds where we need that as well. And it's crazy to think, but we actually need it quite often. So that's what that is.
Does this help with
I'm
flood
sorry.
areas too? When we have issues now, fields, et cetera, especially Quantis, that'll
Absolutely.
redo that.
Yep.
It's a little bit faster, better way to do it mechanically than trying to do it by hand or with a push behind or push ahead. Which is kind of a lot of the reason. It's a much faster way to bring back that turf than what we
Yep.
could do before.
And for anyone who walked through Coleman Park this last year, I'm sure, you saw it struggled a lot. This would be used in certain areas there. It'd get a lot of the undesirable stuff out, make it a lot better. So, yep, if you need to compare it to something there. Wi-Fi cameras for the parks, or for parks, most notably in Memorial Park. With the addition of the new aquatic center, we'll have Wi-Fi there now, so we can have cameras that run off of Wi-Fi that will be able to monitor a lot of the things in the park. We've had an uptick in vandalism. There's always something going on, and over the next few years, we're looking at really redoing Memorial Park, having a lot of nicer stuff down there. We're going to need cameras to monitor all of that. The last thing in minor equipment is a gas-powered water tank for the UTV. Currently, we have an electric water tank. The electric water tank, we need to get a new pump every year for it. It just does not last. The new gas power water tank would also have a greater flow rate per minute. And then it's a lot easier to install and take off of the UTV so that, if we need to use the UTV for anything else, we can. With a water tank on there, you basically can't use the UTV for anything else. And the water tank and UTV for the parks, that's mostly used for all of our downtown baskets, the hanging baskets in Coleman. Then, again, if we need to go water any areas that we've reseeded. So that's what that's used for. We can move on to capital equipment. So I had mowers originally in capital equipment. That's since been moved to Fund 301, which is capital and under equipment there. So it's actually taken out of the Parks Division budget, but I just want to talk a little bit about that now instead of later. So these are called mowers. They're an everything machine. They are also used to blow snow, push snow, do all of that. And like I said, they mow our public areas as well. And yep, you got the pictures up there, thank you. We've held off on replacing one of them because we do want to replace both of these at the same time if possible, so that we get the same brand, so that we can use, if we want to use the blower on one, we use a blower on one, we can use the blade on one, whatever we want for interchangeable parts for them. So that's why we have held off on that other one for a little bit.
Should give you interchangeable equipment, so you're not having one brand this that won't take it, one brand this. You need dual equipment going for each.
Yep.
So hopefully it'll be a little more easy to operate with less attachments.
Exactly. So yeah, that's what that one consists of. And then there's some garbage receptacle lids as well in that. We just try to replace those every few years. I mean, we've got, 25, 30, 40 garbage cans around, and we replace 5 every year. We move on to the capital and other improvements. And I just got a bullet point there of a bunch of different things. But one thing we've been doing for the last couple of years is putting some money in for park and playground improvements. That kind of comes up for wherever we see the need at the time. For instance, we got some new equipment at Jewel Park last year. Some of that money went to help pay for additions at First Home Park this year as well. So that's kind of what that's typically used for. This year, we're looking at the area down at Ridgewood Park. When we were looking at putting a kayak launch down there, which is down there now, it was kind of brought to our attention that north bank has been eroding for quite a while. And we went and checked it out. We need to get some riprap or something in there to stop the erosion, or we're not going to have a park for very much longer. So anyway, that's what we're looking at doing with that money, is getting some riprap placed there. Next is amphitheater repair, and you guys will actually see this at the February 2nd meeting as well. Last July, the amphitheater had some storm damage, so we're looking at getting that fixed. It's probably going to be about $80,000. That is getting paid for and reimbursed by insurance. So that claim has already gone through. We know that money will be there for us. You'll see that too on the large spreadsheet. The revenue of the insurance money coming in is shown there as well. Next on the list is rail trail bridge plank replacements, and that has been moved also to Fund 301 capital. That is for our large bridge out here. If you've been across it lately or last couple years, some of the planks have pulled out. Some of the planks are just not in great shape. And when I say the planks have pulled out, they're still there. Still walk across it, still bike across it. But, we've just noticed some different areas that need attention. So we're looking at doing some replacement of those planks. Coleman Park irrigation. We're looking at adding some irrigation to the north end of Coleman Park, right by the amphitheater, kind of that green circle or half circle there, if you will. With all of the events that we have there, we never have time to get in and repair and really give it time to grow well. So we're hoping that by adding that irrigation in there, it'll help at least that part look nicer for the other events that go on. Rail trail patching and shouldering, that has been moved to Fund 374, rail trail bridges. And so staff has identified a few different areas where the rail trail has gotten in pretty rough shape, either from erosion, whether from water sitting on the trails, low spots on the trails, those types of things. There's some areas where water just runs over the trail, and might sit there for a few days after a big rain. So we're looking at fixing some of those areas and doing some shoulder work as well to try to stop the water issues. And the last thing there is tile at Cedar River Park. There are 2 ball diamonds at Cedar River Park that we're having problems with the drainage on. We thought that it might be compacted soil or too compacted of soil. We've aerated it, we've done some other things to it, and we're still not getting the drainage that we want. So we're looking at putting some extra tile in on the right field areas of both the Premier Field and baseball field number 1. And so that's what Carla's got shown up there. Don't pay any mind to the dimensions. Those are just little squares or rectangles to show you where we're talking about. When we get to the larger spreadsheet, most of the revenues for parks comes from our fees for park reservations, which is ball diamond reservations, and shelter reservations. That's really, the money that the, parks brings in. But any questions on parks that I might be able to answer?
Garrett, the insurance settlement line, so is that both the amphitheater and the First Home vandalism?
So.
From last year.
So First Home is already,
Accounted
well,
for.
I shouldn't say has already come in. We're still waiting on the second payment for First Home. But, so that will be shown for this fiscal year, this current one.
Okay.
Because I believe, let me just see, yeah, so that's where you see the projected for this year of 52,667. That's what we're
That's the
expecting for First Home.
Okay.
Yep.
The 80 was the amphitheater.
That's correct.
And the tile issues at the ball diamonds, does any of that fall back on the people that did it originally? Or is it too late for that?
I wouldn't say it's necessarily too late, but it's going to be more of, no, it was the design, no, it was the tile, no,
Back
it
and
was,
forth.
yeah.
It'd be hard to pinpoint
Right.
where the problem originated or who would be responsible for it, because it simply could be settling. It could
Sure.
be- It could be a lot of different.
So it's not
things.
worth it to,
Correct. That's
Definitely
the
delayed
best
a
way to
long
say
time,
it.
trying to sort out who to point the finger at as they point fingers at others, so. Unfortunate as it is, it's something we just need to address before the season gets here.
yeah.
Any other questions on parks? There's a lot in here, and
Well, again, I mean, you guys, the department covers a ton of territory with
Yeah, they're all over the place.
not
They
too many
really are.
employees, so they do good work.
we're gonna walk through cemetery.
Okay, so we'll move on to cemetery. Cemetery division has one full-time person, Chris Stafford. And then, if we can get them in the summer, we have 3.5, part-time seasonal staff. So, we go look, the fees that the cemetery, brings in. We get, burial fees, we have lot fees, those are what we get for revenue, along with, interest income, which, I'll just touch on a bit. Right now, you'll see that a little bit later, too, when we get into some of our special accounts. So interest revenue is for every lot sale that we have, we get, a chunk of it goes to perpetual care. And I don't remember the percentage of it right now, it doesn't really matter the percentage, but that, goes into perpetual care. That's money that we can never touch. It just goes and sits and it draws interest. And then the interest comes to us, each year. This year, I think we're looking at, I believe it was $14,500, from it. The idea of perpetual care was that if a perpetual care cemetery ever went under, the city ever went under, that the cemetery would still be able to be maintained by this interest. Well, $14,500 is not going to maintain our cemetery for a year, but that was the idea of it when perpetual care came into existence. So anyway, I just wanted to touch on that for a second.
What's the current balance of that fund, as we'll see it later?
I have to check for sure, but it's in the $500,000 range.
$560,000
And where does that sit?
We can't touch.
So we have that in a,
So we have it in an account.
yeah, so you might, it's a CD.
So ironically, the state takes better care of dead people than they do of like establishing
City's gonna fold,
EMS.
that's what I'm gonna worry about,
Yeah.
is where I'm burying them, not anything
Yeah,
else.
EMS as an
Yeah.
essential service, so,
But,
you know.
that fund makes me crazy.
Does that
$500,000 we can't touch, is sitting right there collecting, so.
Does that amount impact anything in terms of borrowing or,
No.
it's just
Just sitting
there.
there, sitting there growing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's too bad you can't use it for the cemetery expansion, you know? It's just crazy.
Only if we go bankrupt can we repair the cemetery with that, so.
And can that be changed legislatively?
I suppose, there's a real push for it.
Right.
I don't think we can go bankrupt and come out of it fast enough to use it, but
Right.
it was a thought for a minute. What's that paperwork look like? Real quick, just over the weekend, bankrupt, not
Right.
bankrupt. Doesn't work apparently, so like got a hold of that, so. We continue, Garrett.
So anyway, that's what you see for the interest income, that's what that is. We've moved down to contract services. The last probably 4 or 5 years, we have been replacing, I shouldn't say replacing, we've been straightening and fixing stones in the cemetery. Stuff that either was dangerously leaning, or we tried to hit veteran stones as much as possible. And, you know, if stones were deteriorating, we were trying to get them fixed and straightened as much as possible. These are usually stones where maybe there's not family still present or in the area, or those types of things. So that's what we've been doing here. We have an agreement with Mayman Monument right now for the next, it goes through fiscal year '27. So he's been working on that for the last few years for us. Previously, we had some other companies in as well. And I guess I should mention too, we try to do each round, we try to do 25 to 30. So each year we're trying to do about 50 to 60 stones. Minor equipment, we're looking at 3 new string trimmers. That's exactly what it says. We replace our string trimmers, you know, every couple of years, and we're due for a few. This year we've got 5 or 6. I can't remember how many we actually have, but we do need to get a few of those repaired. And then we're looking for a gas-powered water tank for the UTV in the cemetery as well. And that water tank at the cemetery is used for anywhere that we have to reseed, so any new grave that we've seeded, and then the flowers in the cemetery as well, and the flower beds and all around the cemetery. So that's what we're looking at there. Capital equipment. So there's a UTV in there. That has been moved to 301. Just like our other equipment from Parks. So 301 capital equipment. This current year, last budget, if you will, we talked about getting a new UTV for the Parks, which we did. We moved the Parks UTV over to the cemetery to get us through this year. Now that one needs to be replaced as well. We were just doing what we could to get another year out of it, because we were actually looking to replace both UTVs last year, but there just wasn't the room for that. So that's what you're seeing here. It's kind of a juggling act, or a, what do you want to say? I can't think of the
Shuffling.
Yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
shuffling. Thank you. So that's what you're seeing here. UTV at the cemetery is used to get into, you know, our places that we can't get a 1-ton truck to help with burials, stuff like that as well. So that's what the UTV is for. Capital improvements. And so this has been pulled for the time being. It's new roads for the new cemetery sections. And then the road that goes in front of the cemetery office. And James, I believe that's going to be something that they can talk about for bonding for, correct?
Yeah, it's a project. We'll have to figure out if you want to fund it and not, and how. And that'll go along the line of all the other major projects we've talked about. Cemetery roads, the path in front of the building. It's about $290,000 all combined. So
Correct.
whether you do all of it, some of it, or whatever, we'll have that discussion a little later on.
Do you want to talk about those roads now, or do you want to talk about those when we, like
up to
their
you.
location?
Either or.
Let's just hit them
I
quick.
mean, the map is there, kind of self-explains what you're looking at, but by all means.
So that would be the area of the new roads. I was going to come over here for a second. So what we'd be looking at to do is, this is where the building is for the cemetery, just so you kind of have an idea. This is 8th Avenue right here. So we'd be looking at adding this road down here, around here, and up. These would all come at a later time, probably will all be gone when these roads need added, most likely. So, we're just looking right here and around. And so that'll give us access then to all of this new section, all of this section, most of this, and down through here. It'll give us, what you're looking at there is approximately 2,000 lots, or I'm sorry, 2,000 graves, 500 lots. And just kind of as an idea, we currently have 9,000 people buried in our cemetery. So you can see, I mean, this is gonna put us, you know, for a long time, we're gonna be set and not have to do any roads after this. Yes, Brent?
How many do you generally bury per year?
So we do about 70 burials per year.
70?
Yep, anywhere from 60 to 70. We sell anywhere from 25 to 30 lots per year. And sometimes those lots are 4 grave lots, sometimes it's a 1 grave lot. You know, it differs. And we've currently got about 25 lots left in section L. That's where most of our lots are located, that we have left. We'd like to keep a few of those open for kind of that next generation, you know, where people want to be buried by the family and so on. So we don't want to completely fill up a section and then just move on. So we'd be looking at opening these new sections up probably within 2 to 3 years.
So Garrett, on this map, so you said the
Yes.
cemetery building is there at the upper right-hand corner, but is it actually more to the right? Because where is like the baby section?
Yeah.
There's a road going up there now.
Correct. Yeah, it'd actually be further.
A little over, okay.
Yeah, it's further than that. This would be like Babyland right here in this area.
And would the new road heading south, that first one there on the right, be coming right off 8th?
It would not be
Or would you
coming
have
off.
sort of like a little road within the cemetery?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, that is not coming directly off of 8.
Gotcha, all right.
Then, I'm sorry, one more thing I wanted to show you here with this. This would be the road area and the parking area in front of, in front of the
office.
cemetery building here. That, you can see stuff there, but that road is completely tore up. We can barely plow it. It's in really bad shape. It needs to have something done with it. So we thought we'd just kind of throw it in with these new roads as well and try to save some money there.
Is
But
that a seal-coated road through there? I mean,
it is.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, it's been seal coated a few times, I think. It's showing its age. Any questions on cemetery that I can answer?
On the north-south road, where does that, when it goes south, where does that tie in, or is that just would you just be a turnaround?
So,
Or does it tie into an existing road down that way?
and this might help a little bit
Okay.
as well.
Oh, wow, okay.
So this is this is what we have right now for the cemetery. So that north-south road we'd have a road somewhere in here is what would come through. And then that north-south road would come, this isn't a road here, this is just a curb. If you've been up there during Memorial Day or something like that, the flags run right down kind of through that middle. There's actually a curb there that people don't usually see. So right here where I'm drawing, that would be this road right here.
Okay, so then you would connect to that curve down at M?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, that makes sense now. That's all that I wrote.
Any other question for cemetery? Okay, jump in the golf course.
sorry, I did forget to mention one thing in the cemetery. We are looking at 60-inch mower as well. Sorry about that. I just saw the picture as I flipped through and realized I missed it on the sheet to talk about.
You're trading the old one in?
What's that?
Are you trading the old one in?
Yes, we will trade the old one in on that. All right, that moves us to the golf course. And so with the golf course, we have Chris Miller as superintendent, Patrick Rincliffe as full-time 32 hours, grounds maintenance, and then Jordan David as our golf pro. So that'll cover the golf course and the pro shop. For the golf course, a couple of changes that we've had. We actually didn't have too many changes this way, but in grounds maintenance and irrigation, we're looking at adding 2 new signs up there that are going to be directional signs for a couple of different golf course holes. We'll have a sign for number 3 and number 10. It's a little confusing to some people who haven't golfed our course before, or sometimes it's a little confusing anyway, because 3 is way away from 2. You've got to go around the clubhouse to get to the tee box for 3. So there will be a sign there, and then there will also be a sign showing where hole number 10 is, where hole number 10 would be where you start the back 9 for a round. So that'll be for those. And then over on the far south side, sign showing which is hole number 13 and which is 17, because there's also confusion there. They run side by side, and yeah, sometimes people get on the wrong hole there. So that's what those are for.
I don't get on the wrong hole, I just play the wrong hole because that's where the ball goes.
There's some people who do that as well.
It's effective. Don't knock it, it's effective sometimes.
That'll work. For minor equipment, we're looking at getting a sod cutter so that we can cut our own sod. The problem if we go out and purchase sod is it comes in at like 2, 3, 4 inches long. We don't want the sod that long, so we'd be looking at, what we want it for is about 3/4 of an inch tall for when we actually get it cut. These would be for the approaches to the greens, so the areas right in front of the greens, unless you're like Tim and coming from the side. But yeah, for the most part, it'd be the spots right in front of the greens, some tee boxes, and then we're also looking at, have a few issues up there with the areas right off of the cart paths. It's all turned to dirt. You can't close it long enough to get grass to grow, so we'd be looking at sodding some of those areas as well. And I didn't look to see if you threw the picture of the sod cutter up or not, but, okay. But anyway, that's what that would be. Yeah, it'd just be kind of more of a specialized thing. And then if we need to at some point too, we can use it for graves, possibly. If we have a burial right around Memorial Day, we like to have everything as green as possible up there for Memorial Day for the families and for everyone else. We'd be able to use that there as well. Chris has identified a place on the course that we'd be able to have our sod farm. It's a place that already has irrigation. Just needs to be hooked back up, which our guys can do. It's where the old, we'll call them old, the old holes were before 15 and 16 moved to their current locations. So kind of up in that northwest corner there. So anyway, he's got a place identified that we'd be able to grow our own sod.
5 green and 6 tee box up in that area.
Correct. Yep.
And how long
sorry?
does a sod cutter last, and how much are you spending now on importing sod?
So we are not bringing in any sod at this point. We haven't. This would be just a way to get these things done.
How long's one of
And
these last?
most of the reason that we haven't is because of the length of the sod that we would get. And I'm sorry, how long
How
would it
long does
last?
this piece of machinery last?
I would say, I don't have the exact numbers, but it should last for plenty, I mean, we're talking, I would say, at least 10 to 15 years. I mean, maybe the blade would have to be replaced, once in a while, but it wouldn't take a whole lot of wear and tear. Is the best way to put it, I guess. The other thing that I have on here is, well, actually, I'm going to skip over that for a second. We're going to talk about line item 6499, and that is the NSN warranty plan. And I'm switching that to 2 years instead of 1. So that warranty plan would now be 2 years as opposed to 1, for the simple fact that over the span of 4 years, it'll save us about $1,500 by paying it twice instead of paying each year for 4 years.
And what is that for?
That is for the irrigation. So, basically, the irrigation's all run off of computers and satellites. Then, I just wanted to point out, for the transfer to debt and principal/interest payment, that is for the equipment that we purchased this year. That's equipment that we borrow for. And we had, I think, 6 pieces of equipment on that that we'll be paying for 4 years to pay that off. So that's just showing our payment there.
So that line may change going forward. I'm talking to Val about this a little bit. So right now, we're taking general fund dollars and transferring it into debt service to make the payment. I think it makes more sense to just have it in debt service and be done, and don't do the transfer. 2 reasons, it's a simpler process, and debt service actually allows you to bring in TIF properties as well into that value. So it spreads that out across a bigger base than just property tax 810 levy taxable value only. So it is a more efficient way to do it by having debt just pick it up. General fund's general fund, debt's debt. It's gonna be the same amount tax-wise, it's got to be a little less if debt does it, I think, versus utilizing our 810 and chewing a piece of that up just to send it over to debt to do it anyway. So it's a $70,000 bump we'd have to our 810 levy, which would help then our debt going forward, have a broader space to utilize it. And so I think it's more efficient. Wish I'd have thought of that years and years ago, but I think it'll be something we're gonna look at, see what it does to both funds, see if it'll work. So that may or may not stay here this year. If not, I think next year definitely we will be moving it. Or if we wait till we are going into a new 3-year note, or 4-year note, we would do it then, just again to alleviate pressure on the general fund and move it into debt service where it's gotta be paid from anyway. So it's just a one less step to do it. Any other questions for golf course? Go to Pro Shop.
Okay. So, Pro Shop,
So I guess my question, at some point, do we combine these eventually? I know they're always separate because
I'd
it was a
love to.
different entity that we rented. But I mean, Val, are we able to combine these? Is there a reason we can't? I don't think it's a state form issue. It's a little bit of a headache, but at some point, I think it'd be good to put these together in one single entity instead of having them split, which I know why we did. We didn't own the property for a long time, but now, we'll look on that for next year too, maybe to see what does that take to combine them. So you have a good idea of what the entire thing looks like.
so Pro Shop wise, that's where I had mentioned Jordan David as our pro. Again, not a whole lot has changed for us, but I will hit a couple things here. Just because they're kind of new. We did start it last year where we were showing tips. So we have a revenue account for the tips that come in, and then we have an expense account for the tips that go out. Those obviously offset each other. Then we have the same thing for gift certificates sold and redeemed. We have a revenue account for that. We have an expense account for that. thankfully, most of the gift certificates redeemed aren't as many as the ones sold, so come out a little good on that. Licenses and permits. This is for our Class C liquor license. This is for the ability to be able to sell concessions and food, and then ASCAP for playing of music in the clubhouse. Minor equipment-wise, we've added a new vacuum, some kitchen equipment, and rental clubs. Rental clubs is something new. Jordan has quite a few people call and ask if we have rental clubs, and we have some right now, but there are no clubs that anyone would want to rent. Without saying too much, they're not the best clubs in the world.
They're junk. We need better clubs.
There you
We can
go.
pick 'em up.
And so for 2 sets of clubs, I mean, we're looking at, I think I put $12.50 in or something along those lines, so nothing major. He thinks that those will pay for themselves in pretty much no time.
Is one of those sets gonna be for women?
Not at this time.
Why is that? Nothing more annoying than going on vacation and not being able to rent clubs.
I agree with you.
I don't think the majority of
The-
requests we're getting are for women's clubs though.
They are
Just like the
not.
left-handed set of clubs. Very rare, could happen, but we just don't get that request right now.
And we're also hoping that maybe we could get some sort of donation too, or we see how well these do get rented, and then at that point, we can go on to women's clubs or a left-handed set as well. Yep. That's all I've got for Pro Shop. Are there any questions on golf or Pro Shop? Okay, I will move on to aquatics then. And so everyone knows that the pool is currently being built and they're still going. I don't think they worked yesterday, but I can't say I blame them. So, yeah, they're still going through the winter, hoping to have it done this spring. So, aquatics-wise, my write-up there, again, kind of talks about that position with Parks. We're looking at just a manager for the pool now, so that has changed. But that manager then would be in charge of all of the scheduling, all of the day-to-day things at the pool. Uniforms and safety, we pay for half of the total cost of the staff t-shirts and lifeguard suits. And then training, we reimburse new lifeguards for 1/2 the cost of their lifeguard certification. So those are a little up from the last time you would have seen budget for this, because all of our lifeguards are going to be new. So that's what we're looking at there. And then obviously everyone's going to need a suit. Typically guards who come back from year to year, they might not need a new suit or whatever, but that's why those numbers are inflated just a little bit.
I mean, it's competitive. This helps us try to stay more competitive. We may have to up this eventually again, depending on what we get. I think the main concern we have is timing of the pool. If it doesn't open on time, will we be able to retain staff or have staff long enough if it opens, say, mid-June? What do we do in the meantime? And that's really the main concern we're struggling with now is if this pool goes longer than anticipated, and it very well could, how do we have enough staff to open this summer without paying somebody to not be a lifeguard until we need them? I don't know how that's gonna work yet. That's something that HR, we're working on what that could look like, just
What are
in
we gonna pay
case.
them? What's gonna be the salary rate for the lifeguard?
We'd be paying guards per
So,
hour.
so they're at about, I believe it's 12 to 13.50.
Okay. It's not bad. It's a little low from some
Yeah.
other bigger areas around, but that's been a decent raise, wage for them, I should say. It's just, that's why we help with half the suit certifications. They may have to go 100%, we don't know. But the competition is gonna be difficult, I think, this year.
I was almost wondering with having new people, whether we should be looking at trying to do full certification for them this year, just to get people.
It
I
may
don't
be
know how
necessary.
much extra it's gonna run, but it just seems to me like.
How much does it
try
cost
to get
to
them on.
certify?
How many hundred is that?
It's, I gotta look for sure, it's between 200 and 300 per person.
Because that's an outlay at beginning that
Yeah.
if they don't have, haven't had a job, it's kind of asking them.
Correct.
So a lot of that'll hit this spring before this
Yeah.
fiscal year starts. This will be for lifeguards 2027, actually. So we may have to adjust that this year if we're not
Early, yeah.
getting the numbers to try and increase or do a little more to try and get it. But my biggest fear is, again, holding a workforce until the pool's ready, not knowing when that's gonna actually happen. The weather's certainly not helping right now, but
It sounds like you're not anticipating getting lifeguards from 2 years ago, or 3
I'm
years
not.
ago. Okay.
No. And that's what, you know, that was my concern when we closed.
Yeah.
Is that, you know, the guards who were sophomores and juniors have now moved on to
Right.
something else. Typically, I'm sure there are still a few guards out there that, you know, would have been there with us a couple years ago. But for the most part, it's gonna be a completely new staff.
Yeah.
Yep.
so even the wage part may have to fluctuate it here just so that we have enough staff to even operate a shift or two of the pool or to have a partial day or during the week or weekend. That's, I mean, what do we need ballpark number of bodies to make this go based on what we've seen plan-wise?
35 to 40.
Okay,
Wow. Part-time.
Yep.
yeah, multiple shifts and
Yep.
days, and
Now-
evenings and weekends and.
Good luck getting them.
Yeah, right.
But I think we'll end up with 30 guards and be able to, you know, work it. But yeah, we're looking at probably about 35 to 40 guards.
And that doesn't even include like concessions.
That does not
help.
include concessions.
How about with the old pool? How many
That-
were there? That's
it's-
the number from the old pool.
Yes, we would get by with 30, but it was very difficult.
Yeah.
So when this was built and structured, it was to try and not increase the burden of getting
Yeah.
additional guards. Because initially, most of the plans we had were needing 40 or 50 guards, which is not gonna happen. So we tried to get it close as we could, what we currently maintain. And again, we'll know in a matter of months, you know, one, what the interest looks like, and two, hopefully we'll have a better idea if it's gonna open on time. Or even if it's a week or so later, we can probably work with that. You get into later June, I don't know that we can, and that's where the struggle will be. But we'll find a way to make that happen.
What are the other hourly, like part-time seasonal, like if you mow at the course, what do you make per hour?
They're in that same range.
Same range.
Yep.
But without the life-saving certification.
Yeah,
For a
yeah,
lifeguard.
yeah. It's hard to compete, you know, if you
It
can make
is.
$15 at McDonald's or whatever.
Absolutely it is. Yep.
So we adjusted a couple years ago,
Yeah.
we're probably getting to the point, we'll take another look
Yeah.
at it. And again, as we go through this budget, we'll take a look at what does that cost us, we move forward for seasonals, all that additional help is just hard to come by. And then it's only for a short period of time, and as we said earlier, even like parks, you still need bodies to do things afterwards they would have been doing, now we have full-time staff trying to pick up that slack and do it. And it's just the same challenge a lot of places are seeing. And we have multiple pools around us we're gonna be pulling from as well. So it'll definitely be a challenge, but we'll find a way.
That's just it, yeah, there's so much competition with it, and it's not, you know, and like, you know, you mentioned, and the higher paying jobs in some places. Yeah,
Yeah.
so.
Go ahead.
The other thing that I have on there is for the operational, that'll be for our chemicals. And I've got $25,000 in there. That's kind of a shot in the dark. Used as many resources as I could to try to figure out what we're gonna be spending on chlorine and acid. But it's so tough to say right now. We do have, our water volume will be less because this is gonna be about a 300,000 gallon pool compared to we had 400,000 gallons before. This one better not leak, so we shouldn't have to replace stuff
Right.
as much. But what we didn't have with the old pool was splash pad and then the features in the zero depth entry. And so every time that water hits air, the chlorine's gone. The chlorine just goes. So we're gonna go through a lot more chlorine than what we ever did with a 400,000 gallon pool. So I've taken a shot there, you know, as much as I could. That'll be adjusted as we need to. Any questions on the aquatic center? I just threw some pictures in there. I think most of you have seen these pictures already, just of the construction that's going on, and then we'll have a update on Monday as well, at the council meeting on Monday. All right.
Finish up the Civic Center.
Civic Center Division. Okay, so, under contract services, we are looking at adding a work order software. As you guys know, Shane retired after 20-some years here with the city. We now have Dusty Malstead that's working with us, and thanks to him for coming in last night and this morning and getting the heat going again. But anyway, one of the first things that he's gonna be tasked at looking at and doing is getting a work order software together that, you know, I'll be able to send stuff to Justin, Sarah, Bryce. They'll all be able to send work orders to, instead of, you know, we text him, we email him, et cetera, et cetera. We'll be able to go through this software. It'll be for anything from an exit light out to another light out, or something needs cleaned, whatever it might be. That's what this is for. Then in capital improvements, we're looking to replace another 8 to 12 panels out here in the parking lot. We've been doing that for about the last 4 years. We've just been breaking it up because we know we can't handle it all at once. And we don't want the parking lot all closed at once either. So a couple of different things there. But yeah, we've been doing anywhere from $25 to $30 over the last, $25,000 to $30,000 over the last 4 years to get panels replaced here. Couple other things that are not in this budget, but we are looking at is we're looking at some different windows in this building. We'll be talking about that probably next year, and along with some different security measures and issues in this building as well. But that's not in this budget, that's coming next year. Just wanted to mention it kind of as a, see if you remember it next year or not, I guess. But any questions on the Civic Center?
Depending on how it comes out, we may be looking at a boiler air conditioner system too, based on the last few days, and not knowing if it'll even work in the summer as well. So we're at least gonna try and get numbers, just in case. Yep. Once we know a little better what happened here, and if it's even gonna work next year going forward. It's 30 years old, it's time to at least look at it, if not replace it. I gotta believe there's some efficiency out there the past 30 years that would make it a little better to heat and cool this place, so. That may be another project we're gonna work on, hopefully by the 7th.
Not the same unit as the library.
No, too bad. No, this one's older,
Yeah.
so. We could probably hand this one down. I mean, it's just installation, I don't know, it sort of works, I don't know. If there's no questions then, we will finish leisure services and we will actually jump into economic development. Good, Connie?
All right, I'm Connie Tolan, and I will walk you through the economic development budget, which has not changed materially from last year. Staffing remains the same. As you can see on the organizational chart, there are 2 positions supported by this budget. There is a full-time planning and development specialist, and there is a .5 FTE office coordinator. That's actually a full-time position that is shared with zoning, so 50% comes out of my budget and 50% comes out of Pages. Flipping to the spreadsheet, I would like to point out that we have 4 different revenue sources that fund this budget. The first is a generous contribution by Waverly Utilities in the amount of $54,000. Also, Viridian Credit Union sends us a check for $5,500 each year, and we very much appreciate their contributions toward economic development. The advertising and marketing budget is actually paid out of hotel motel tax, and I'll talk about that a little bit in just a moment. And the rest of the budget is funded through general fund. I won't go through the rest of the line items unless you have questions. Those are all pretty standard. Instead, I would rather focus my comments on the advertising and marketing budget. As I mentioned, this is fully funded by hotel motel tax. I'm proposing a $60,000 budget, which is the same as last year. I've included a few slides in your packet that I would like to walk through with you just very briefly. Of the $60,000 proposed budget, $50,000 is proposed to go toward community marketing using our Waverly Welcome Home brand and platform. As most of you are probably aware, Waverly Welcome Home is a community branding and marketing initiative that was launched in October of 2020. And it was developed primarily as a workforce recruitment tool. At the time, we were hearing from our employers that the workforce pool was getting pretty tight, and this was actually pre-COVID, 2018, 2019. And so as a result, they were having to reach out further geographically with their recruitment. And so they were reaching people who weren't familiar with Waverly. And while they said we're able to promote to this workforce, we're able to tell them about our company and the positions we offer, we really didn't have a tool to market Waverly as a community in which to work and or live. And so from that, the Waverly Welcome Home Marketing Initiative was born. In addition to being a workforce recruitment tool, it also serves as a tool for recruiting new residents, recruiting visitors to the community, and as we're learning, it also plays a role in attracting new businesses like we heard about the other night. That first slide there shows some of the tools that we use in the marketing campaign. I should say that the Waverly Welcome Home website is central to this campaign, and we use paid advertising platforms to drive traffic to the website. Amperage Marketing helps us to manage the digital campaign, and you can see that through the years we've used a number of different tools and platforms. Amperage does a very nice job of keeping us up to date on the various platforms and changes with tools and technology, and so they help guide us in making adjustments from year to year to make the campaign more and more effective. On the next slide, you will see the marketing plan in the budget for the year we're currently in. Again, that was $50,000. And you can see how it breaks down. We did some updates with our digital ads. We added some new things like motion graphic ads, which have been pretty effective for us so far. We also have money in there for website maintenance and enhancements. And you can see that $35,000 was designated for actual media placement. We run 3 flighted campaigns of about 3 months each to kind of spread out that media spend, and we focus those campaigns on work here, live here, and play here. So on the next slide, you can see some of the key analytics from that first flight we did this year, which was September through November, and that was the Live Here campaign. I'll mention that our marketing radius is a 150-mile radius from Waverly, shaped like a donut. So when we are doing the work here or live here, we exclude a 50-mile radius of Waverly that's kind of in that donut hole, and we do that just out of respect for our regional partners. We don't really want to be recruiting workforce and residents from them. Instead, we want to be reaching out further and bringing in new. So those campaigns, we do that outer ring of the donut. And you can see in the first 3 months, we had over 1 million impressions, 2,718 clicks. And what's notable to me is we had over 6,000 first-time visitors. So while we've been hitting that geographic area for a few years now, we're still getting first-timers. And I think a lot of that is Amperage helps us to find the tools that really hone in on our target audience, and we're able to reach those people. Moving on to the next page, if you're familiar with some of the more detailed things here, we have a breakdown of the various analytics based on the various tools that were used. I think notable in that analytic is with each of those tools, the click-through rate consistently exceeded the national average. We like to see that. Also, they're using retargeting, which means that if we reach someone on one platform, technology is able to find them on other platforms and retarget them or show them that ad again on a different platform. And what these analytics are showing so far is that the click-through rate on the retargeting is at 26%, 0.26%. Which again is higher than industry average. And so it's showing us that we're re-engaging those same audiences. So just some indicators that show that we're seeing some effectiveness with the campaign. Moving on to the next page, this slide shows what we're proposing for the budget year we're currently working on with the 50,000. We're proposing that we take some of those funds and now take a step back. We've been running this campaign for 5 years, and we think it'd be worthwhile to do a little bit of research, right? And see how things have changed, how we've been effective, and see what we can learn about how we can continue to manage this campaign and evolve it. So we're proposing to do a little bit of research, web maintenance, but the rest of the budget putting into a digital campaign. I will mention that at this point, you're not approving this exact plan. So when we get closer to May or June at the end of the fiscal year, I'll work with Ambridge to bring to you a detailed marketing plan and the associated budget. So it's at that point that you would actually be approving what is outlined here as a proposal. And then the last slide there just shows that the full $60,000 budget for marketing and advertising, 50,000 of that, we just walked through what that would look like. Some of the other things we include are the hosting of the website, some of the other marketing things we're doing. This year we will be again having a booth at the Eastern Iowa Home Show in Waterloo. We did that last year for the first time, and it was just kind of a neat way to reach people who are considering building or housing and different things. And we had a nice opportunity to engage with a targeted audience. I know, Ann, you worked to Shift, and so we'll be doing that again this year. We do a lot of branded giveaways of items with Waverly Welcome Home branding, and I think it's a good experience. So anyway, we put some money in there to be able to do that or something similar next year. We always put an ad in the Waverly Newspaper's Progress Edition in support of our businesses. So that kind of rounds out that $50,000 proposed marketing budget. And then finally, we'll take a look ahead to our goals for the next year. Those goals and objectives are taken directly from the Economic Development Strategic Plan that was approved by City Council in 2022, and that plan revolves around 5 primary areas of focus, those being business development, workforce, housing, child care, and placemaking. And the document that I have in there outlines some of the strategies and actions that we plan to take toward those focus areas. Any questions?
How have we met these goals so far?
I think we've done a good job of focusing our efforts in a number of those areas and talk through. Most of that is outlined in our annual report for the last year. Business development, I think you saw some of that Monday night. We have had some good traction there. I'd like to be able to focus more efforts here in the next few months and looking at the downtown and partnering with the chamber to look at what we can do for small business recruitment or downtown recruitment. So that will be an area of focus. We've laid back on that just a little bit during the bridge closure. That was a difficult time to try to recruit to the downtown, but we'll be hitting that hard, and I'll be working with Chelsea and her team. Support for existing businesses. We continue to have those conversations with business owners and stakeholders and residents and responding to those needs. So I think we're doing pretty well there. Workforce, a lot of what we do is what I just talked about, what we do through Waverly Welcome Home and supporting workforce in that way. As part of Waverly Welcome Home and the city's website, we also have a job board where employers are able to post their open positions, and then we drive traffic to that through the Waverly Welcome Home campaign as well. So those are some of the things we do around workforce. housing. We are very much in talks with developers currently, trying to get some interest in development of the Irving School site. I'm in contact right now with, I believe it's 7 developers. We've got at least one who is committed to coming forward with a proposal, one that's likely, and 4 that I am still going back and forth providing information as they make some determinations. So we'll have an update on that for you probably within the next month or so. So that's while childcare has had less focus this past year. You know, we met with some of the HR folks from our 5 largest employers. Goodness, it was sometime in the last year. I think it was late last, or it was probably about this time last year. And we just asked them, how big of a barrier is childcare for you right now? And at the time, they're saying it's not really that bad. We're managing through it. So we have put less emphasis on that in recent months. I do occasionally get notified of funding sources for childcare centers, and I make sure to pass that along and make them aware. So that's had a little less focus. And then the last part, placemaking, is just where, you know, we support those projects and advocate for those when we can. We heard from, or we hear from businesses, and even the business that we spoke to on Monday night, that they said, you know, that's one of the things that they noticed about Waverly, is in their research team. One of the things that they reported back is Waverly is a community that invests in itself. And so that's why we have that as one of our priorities for economic development. Those amenities that we create in our community, they matter to people who consider moving here or living here or creating a business here. So, does that help?
Yeah, thank you.
You're
You guys are
welcome.
doing a good job, Connie.
Thank you.
Connie, just something real quick, and something this is just out of curiosity and something to think about in care. Focusing, because now we're hearing a lot about elderly and taking care of our elderly folks too, and we're really lucky to have Bartles here in the area. That just something for the workforce, that taking care of our elderly and our children at the same time, because we hear about the sandwich generation that is both taking their kids and older adults, that might be something to keep in our heads too, in promoting the city, that we've got kind of both aspects taken care of.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. We'll make sure that we consider that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Connie.
So we'll hop into community development and zoning. Paige can talk to us about this.
So Paige Yoder, I'm the zoning administrator and code enforcement officer. On that first, you'll see our organizational chart. That's myself, and then a 50% office coordinator. And then I also work with the Planning and Zoning Commission and Board of Adjustments. Go into the goals and objectives. I won't go through all of them. A couple key ones that take a lot of the time is reviewing and amending zoning ordinances. You'll see that maybe later in their budget, hopefully looking at a rewrite of the code as a whole with all the development that has been happening and then continuing happening. We always find some gray areas in our codes as we work with those developers. Another one's maintaining code enforcement, always looking to improve permit processes and fee structures. And then our office coordinator is working hard at digitizing all of our historical records for permitting.
I mean, think about the changes that are coming in the last how many years. You've seen shop houses come about. You've seen accessory dwelling units. You've seen, every time you turn around, there's some unique weirdness that is getting approved and pushed through and you're having to deal with. Or some other area found a way to do something and you just can't keep up that fast with all the changes. So we're hoping to have that rewrite. We've moved that into the 301 capital improvement plan. We've tried for 2 years now to do it. I think we have to do it. And so we've got it funded, non-property tax, one-time hit, so that we can get this thing done hopefully and move forward, because it has been changing fast, a lot of the stuff you're trying to deal with, so.
And then going on to the line items,
really staying pretty close to the same as what we had in the past. Biggest line item you'll see is that code enforcement. We upped that one, I believe it's already been 3 years ago. I think we increased it just because of some of the things that we were starting to come across. We're trying to be more proactive rather than complaint-driven, as it had been historically. But otherwise, I think everything is coming right out as what it has been the last couple of years. So unless you guys have questions or want me to go into detail about anything specifically.
Okay, thanks, Paige. Inspections and code enforcement.
I'm back again, told you I would be. Inspections, code enforcement, they do a lot of the inspections and document of all city projects. A lot of the ones we manage, we do not have to hire outside sources. So a lot of times these firms will come in, consultants, and that's an option for construction management. So we do a lot of it. Public Works does the paperwork side of things, and code enforcement inspections, they do like the on-site inspections. Keep the daily logs, keep all the items necessary for the projects. Some projects are necessary to have on-site observation, but not always. So we try to cover the ones that we can to save those costs of those projects. So in the end, it is very valuable to have them. They've got a lot of experience in the department. A lot of them have been doing that for quite a few years. They've been involved in all sorts of projects, from all the rail trail bridges, the DOT projects. They do not do anything airport, I will say, because that's funded separately. Another item they work on, they do a lot of the work with the SUDAS. You remember we recently updated SUDAS last year, the design specifications. So they help with formulating our updates every year through what they see, what they experience out there in the field all the time. Along with that is the GIS maps. We've done a really good job the last few years coming together and getting everything on GIS. If it's easements, we've worked interdepartmental, we're getting a lot of those items, so we don't have to dig for those from the recorder's office. They're all on one click on a screen. I think that's been a big change productivity-wise, because if you need to find something, it's available. And they're good at getting those things scanned in. When a sewer line gets dug up, they document and record it. They shoot it in with the GIS equipment. It goes onto our maps. So we no longer have to question where it's at. It's real time. You can actually see them putting it on the map on our GIS. So it's really nice to have those items. Before, I think it's there. Now we know.
You're unrolling a map from 80 years ago, hoping that's right.
Yeah, that's got pencil marks and drawings and whatever else on it. So we've really, I bet in the last 5 years, we've increased that a lot. And GIS as a whole has gotten bigger between all departments. Adam Timmons is probably one of our, he's kind of a go-to for me on a lot of the GIS stuff. He shoots in all the items, all the curb stops, anything that he finds. New subdivisions, he'll go out and shoot every brand new curb stop, every service tap. That's all on the map. So when the contractors come, not necessarily this year, say if it's sold in 10 years, 15 years, well, the wooden stakes they put there are gone. So we always had those issues in the past finding all these items. Now they're actually on a map. You can walk right up to it. No more trying to take a measurement off this stump or this fence post. I mean, that's what we saw. I joke, but it's true.
Your map would literally say 150 pieces from a stump at this point in time.
Yeah, or a fence that's no longer there. I mean, it happens. Houses are one thing, you can measure off those, but a lot of digitizing of all the files. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of historical stuff. If you've ever been in that vault, there's a lot of information in there. So right now, usually we rent a scanner for 3 months, a large scanner for plans and maps. And they go through the vault and they just tackle certain sections and go through them and get them all digitized, save what we need, get rid of some. There's a lot of information here for a lot of years for all the projects that have happened and city buildings, everything. Drone footage, any drone footage you've ever seen comes from Adam. He's actually, the city purchased one many years ago, but he's a certified, I think they call them pilots for there. So he does all the drone footage. He documents all the projects. Any issues, he works with, or they both work with Paige on code enforcement. They go out and document those. We recently purchased a 360 camera really reasonable actually, so we can actually drive down and we get 360 view like Google. So whenever you look at Google Maps, we can do that on areas we want to go document problems. One of the examples was after the detour, I had them drive Cedar River Parkway. So we can look at all the areas there and see if there's any additional damage from when we did it previously, from the detour. So good information to have, just good documentation in general. So as I mentioned, there's 2 of them in the department, many years of experience, so a lot of this is second nature to them. Second part of the budget on here is the general engineering contract with Bolton and Mink. We found this to be a very good partnership. I didn't realize how large, I deal with them directly, I have a meeting every other Monday with them, just like a catch-up meeting, and they can draw from anything you need. Any avenue of engineering, they have someone that has done it. So it's kind of nice if I'm looking for something for a structural, or if I'm looking for something, anything, you can find them. Water lift stations, like they have every department, so it's kind of nice. And especially when we're preparing budgets, we can get OPCs, general opinion probable costs. We can get all those items, so we actually have an idea what to budget for without getting into design of the project. And their costs are minimal, you know, I think the first 40 hours are $100 an hour is what our contract is.
About half or a third what the normal rate is.
They do all the design underneath that contract for our alley projects or any small projects we do. Moving forward, we're gonna switch a little bit. We're gonna try to get some task orders for each one of the projects, kind of give us a ballpark what it's gonna cost instead of a, like, open, you know, checkbook type thing. Like, they have a limit what they can spend on design. Because sometimes it does overrun, and it's hard to predict some of that. So that's why you see that budget went up to 58,000. We've actually spent more than that with them, but we allocate out for each department. So say if Leisure Services did a parking lot, right? They have a bond or they have a budget for that. It's allocated to that project. So they might just do it underneath the general, it gets paid for, approved by you under the consent, but it's actually allocated out to the specific project, if you will. So it's kind of nice, we don't have to have a separate, it's covered underneath that general contract. Larger ones, we try to get a contract with them, but it works pretty good for the time being.
We've cleaned up issues we had prior, that things that weren't done had to be done. That hit that first year harder than we thought, because we didn't realize everything we didn't know. But I think going forward, you know, we are pushing them further with more projects than we were going to initially, because it has gotten to be such a good relationship. Turnaround time, quality work. So even if we bump at 10, I'd push it harder if we could, because we have a lot we're throwing at them right now. All the project work you're seeing, all the major projects you're gonna talk about, they're in the middle of that. And it's all doing it as if it was an in-house engineer for that price rate and actually less. So I'd shove as much as we can at them, honestly. At first, we weren't sure how it was gonna work, so we didn't lock in that. Now, I would go as much as we could to them, because it's been that kind of a relationship.
Yeah, what I've found is you've got to balance your timing, right? Right now, we're a little bit more with budget, but normally we don't hit that 4,000 threshold in the wintertime. But then in the summer, we're hitting larger ones. So we're trying to balance out when these projects are coming. We got to think ahead a little bit. Try to get the work in when they're available to do it as well is another thing. They're fairly busy. They do this for a couple other towns too, so. Any other questions on code enforcement? Inspections?
Okay. We're waiting on lunch. We'll continue to progress through some of the smaller ones. Legal services. You have absolutely 2 lines in here. You have legal expense and court recording fees. It's pretty self-explanatory. We talked earlier with the engagement letter from Allers and Cooney. It's been a tremendous relationship as well. We get very good work done, reasonable rate, quick responses, and we've pushed a lot at them too. We get a lot of weird stuff, believe it or not, that people ask, people threaten, people do. It's unbelievable. You couldn't make it up. And they are the ones that help assist to sort it out, make sure it's right. So the bulk of this is that contract. We're up, I think, 9,000 as we've progressed into a lot bigger things we're expecting to have next year. Some of the issues we're running into. And so that budget is. It's our lawyers that we just signed the engagement letters. So, any questions on legal?
So I do have one question, I guess. So
Yes,
does this
ma'am.
also, are they doing all of our union work too, like
Yep.
union negotiations?
That's a whole separate part of this. This is pretty much what the internal attorney's fees would have been, but yet we also have that factored in as well. Anything with lawsuits, so we have some of those, union negotiations. Our bond counsel is with this firm. They also do our development agreements that come through. They prepare and proof that. So we use them for all those things prior to hiring him in as general counsel.
Right.
And so it has been a good blend, a good mix, and this is mostly the general counsel part of it though. Okay, so lunch should be getting here soon. Not sure exactly where we're at, but we can hop through one more if you'd like. I think since Carla's checking on that, if we could jump through finance HR. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. So I'll have Val or Danielle, whoever's presenting, come up. We'll hop through that one. So it's a couple sections further up, but finance and HR.
Turquoise. Turquoise.
Yeah, I don't pick the colors, I just
I like turquoise.
blue.
All right, so with our finance and HR department, we consist of 5 employees, and we actually cover a vast amount of work in the city. Just to name some of the top things, we handle payroll, human resources, all the city financials, making sure we're compliant with the state, accounts payable, cash receipting, insurances, both city and personnel, and safety, and that's just to name a few. So as you look at our budget, you'll see a majority, like most everybody else, majority of our cost is with salaries. You will also notice that we've actually went down a little, well, actually, let me start over. So with our salaries, you will, one of the changes we did this year is with 2 of our Allery people. They are now working 35 and 32 hours instead of the 40 to help reduce a little bit with the salaries. Some of the other changes you will see, just going through a high level, there's an increase with the safety training and that line item. That is due to, we have some like one-off safety trainings that we're having to get done that aren't annual, so those are coming due this coming fiscal year. So we're budgeting for that. In addition, there is a manager training rotation program that we are budgeting for this fiscal year. You might have seen in other fiscal years that would have been coming in under the mayor and council budget. We switched that over to the human resources budget since it's kind of a bit more human resource-ish. So that's changed there. We also are, in our budget, you will see like the IT, RSPN is our IT for the city. It's not just our department, it's citywide. So you'll see that down there in technology and services, and then also like the IT, like computers and that is down with equipment, capital equipment. So there is they did have a slight increase this year for the IT. Then down in consultant professional fees, the annual audit, that is with CLA. So I have that contract in there. We're contracted with them through fiscal '27. And then some of these other fees in here, they are required by the state. I mean, we have to have an audit and we have to have this stuff. So we can't really change much of that. Going into contract services, our financial software company is Cassell, and so they are charged less than what G-Works was charging, so we actually had a reduction there, so that was a nice savings. Our payroll is through UKG, so the line items there you see under contract services, that is for UKG is our payroll, and then the RSPN is our IAT. So as you can see, a lot of our contract services, they're ones that, in order for us to continue functioning, that's the necessary cost. Other than that, we really have not had much change from previous years. So just wanted to.
So we talked about before, it's easy to get the software, it's license fees forever that get you. And that's where you see the cost difference. You know, it was great to purchase, but now to maintain, it costs a ton going forward, so. But yeah, consulting, as Val said, the audit, it's an awful process, and it just takes everything you see. You have your annual audit. GASB has a Single audit, if you have so much federal money come in, that's another 10,000. You have we have OPEB we have to run every 2 years to determine what happens if we shut down the city and we have to pay everybody out. It just goes on and on and on and on, and we have no choice in these matters. That's the frustration, is there's nothing you can simply do about these, except not have an audit, that's illegal too. So literally have no choice. We are gonna take a look at though, do we continue with the standard audit we've been doing? Do we go to more of a basic cash audit instead, which eliminates a lot of the bigger pieces of some of this? We're the only city our size that does that style of audit right now. Most are 2.5 times as big. They're just much, much larger. So we're just weighing out, do we not continue to do that going forward? And some discussions we have to have with the auditors and just some other people in general in that organization. See, does it benefit it, does it not? Does our bond rating get affected by it? Because they prefer to see that additional information. All things we want to talk about and consider. But otherwise, as Val said, I think it's fairly flat, counting each other. So, any questions, comments?
Well, just comment that you never seem to have a slow season. I mean, you're either preparing for budget or preparing for an audit, and you do really good work, and always are very good about explaining things, and the documents are great, so appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Val. Are we,
Good. Okay, we're going to take a break for lunch now. We'll come back in about a half hour. Yeah?
yeah,
Okay.
that's good.
to our regularly scheduled program. We are on to administration departments, mayor, council, city administration.
Okay, so, there really isn't a lot that's changed under mayor, city council, and city administration. Of course, the work comp always kind of fluctuates and things like that for, under the salaries category. And then under services and commodities, it actually went down, but that is because it's due to transferring some of the duties to HR as far as employee recognition and things like that. So those are really the only changes in mayor, council, city administration, administrator, I should say. Do you have any questions? Okay.
Okay, move to the city clerk budget.
You got it? Okay. Okay, so on the proposed revenues, the hotel motel tax, general fund receives that, and then half of that goes to, or it might be the other way around.
Oh, you're right.
Okay.
You're right.
Receives it, and then half of it gets transferred into the city clerk's account line item. So there's the difference in there. Yeah. I really felt I was more prepared than this in my mind. So otherwise, we have slight increases in FICA and IPERS, group insurance and work comp in there, so that's the difference in salaries. And then down in the proposed services and commodities, there is a decrease of about $15,603 due to dues and memberships, travel and conference, contract services, and office supplies, and operating supplies. There was a $10,000 decrease because we're not planning to do any elections in 26, 27. And hopefully that stays the same because we want you all to stay here. So I guess the other two things worth mentioning are the publishing. We have taken that to $19,000. That will be charges for publications in the newspaper, which is a legal requirement that we have. And so all of our minutes have to be published in the newspaper, and all of our public notices, along with any ordinance changes and things like that, so.
I'm glad you mentioned that. There is a bill from League of Cities that is trying to eliminate needing to publish in the newspaper itself versus an online ad instead, which would save us, well, what do you say, $19,000 if we don't have to do that. That'd be millions statewide, because every school district, every county, every city, everybody has to do those publications. Even though the state itself does not allow for paper copies of anything that went digital a decade and some ago at least, we still are forced to put them in the back of newspapers, and I have no idea why. So, but that is a bill that's gonna be pushing through. We'll see if it goes anywhere, but if it does, that'll help us net another $19,000.
I would say, just as a point of interest, the proof of publications that we do get from the newspaper are also, right now, required by our bond attorneys, and basically anything that we do with the attorneys, I need to furnish them with a copy of what we, it's an affidavit saying that it was published, so. And then the other item worth noting is the, I think it's contract services, $64.99. That is where it's at because we have a yearly fee for our online agendas. And then along with that, I'm still working on codification. And for those that you don't know, basically the entire code is being gone through and updated, bringing it up to date with the state of Iowa, and making sure that we've got all of our ordinances going way back, and also if they've been changed, going to current. So we're making sure that all of that is done, and then, of course, updating to current language, because terminologies have changed over the years, we'll just say. So that is City Clerk. Do we have any questions on that? Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Carla. All right, so the next one we jump into is Health and Social Services. It's the big bold red cover page. Kind of walk through this, Val can help correct me if I screw this up. So a lot of what we see in Health and Social Services, there really isn't any revenue attributed to this, a few permits, things of that nature, but you're gonna see the money we put to regional transit for rides they do, it's $1 per capita. You're also gonna see payments to some of the nonprofits, which will be here on the 7th to talk through the proposals they've sent, the requests that they've made. We've done it the first day before, we just want to get through as much as we could today, instead of having that possibly another hour discussing all the nonprofit work, so that will come on the 7th if they choose to do so. Otherwise, you have their proposals in. And so that's a lot of what you're gonna see here from NEICAC, Senior Center Heritage Days, and so forth. So that's the core of that.
That's good to schedule them on a day when they know when they're actually, we can do them first thing, they know
Absolutely.
right away, and they're not sitting there all day until their time comes up.
I agree completely. And then we do put $2,500 into Grow Cedar Valley. We've talked about, the benefit, are we getting what we need from there? I think we're gonna look at it year by year. We're gonna go one more year to see what this is doing for us. They're going through a large overhaul of their goals. I think we'll see in the end if that's beneficial or not. This may or may not be our last year. We're gonna be very honest about it. We'll see what it produces for us. Otherwise, it may be something we may look at going forward if we continue. And then the rest of that section again is the requests that you're going to see from the various entities that'll be here on the 7th. So special revenue funds. This is where we're getting some of the weirdness. So Unified TIF and West Waverly TIF. West Waverly TIF is the easier one. That was the Red Fox. When we had that looking to operate, looking to continue forward, it really didn't generate as it was taken over, the bankruptcy, et cetera. So there is funding in there. It can only be spent in that TIF area because it's not part of the Unified. And so I've talked to Justin, and we're looking at possibly double sealing that road that goes up into there. That is our road, street slash, if you want to call it. What is the official name of that? Behind Red Fox, is that?
20th?
I think so.
Oh, the one that comes off 10th.
Right, it's rough, it's gravel, it is ours technically still, so we may be using this funding, because again, it's limited to that property, to double seal that, try and get that a little better access in and out, and look at some other possible uses, but as far as Unified TIF, the revenues that come in are brought in through certification for debt. So we have certain bonds that are paid for TIF items, and that's tax increment financing. We do a whole nother day on just TIF. I really don't want to right now, so we'll wait on that, but we have debt that we take out for tax increment financing for various projects, whether it be for businesses or other things. We are only pulling forward the amount we need to pay for that. The rest of the TIF that could be allocated, we don't utilize unless we need to, and that then takes it away from the general funds of schools, county. We have to alert them ahead of time and so forth. But as I said earlier, we're very sparing in what we use for TIF. We don't put like a third of the city in it and just hope something happens. We're very responsible about using it parcel by parcel by parcel for certain things that do occur. So before we move on, any questions in general about TIF? In a sense, the key there is the I increment. We don't lose anything by doing this. We hope to eventually gain, and they only receive back what they incur going forward above and beyond where it started. So there was always a lot of confusion in the public about why we do this, but it does not hurt us at all. So, and you see the payments for TIF that we've done in the past, whether it was for the historic lofts, the hotel group, again, Red Fox was in there, it just never generated. So these are the various different businesses we've done, side grants, et cetera. And so that's just a breakout of what TIF was. Cable TV franchise fund. So this is an interesting one, since wherever utilities will be no longer offering cable going forward, we will not have that revenue coming in. And so we've tried to adjust accordingly. We are going to continue to look at what do we do with our programming, how does that work, whether it's only YouTube Live or what are we going to do, because those channels will not be there. I don't know, Garrett, if there's anything else you want to bring up on this briefly, because it's a self-contained fund.
I think you got it all.
Okay, so we'll work through that as that goes away, because again, that's some of our programming channels, but there still will be opportunity to obviously broadcast. It'll just be in a different mechanism as they eliminate their cable system. So that'll happen in October, so about a third into this calendar year we're looking at. Okay, local option sales tax. Again, voted on by the public, certain purposes can and can't be used for it. This is used for emergency vehicle purchases, equipment, things of that nature. It's also used for, the parkway was done part of that. Roads, streets, alleys, bridges, those type of things are allowed. And then a few years ago, we went and asked the public to look at funding golf and pool out of this, and we had an 80% approval, so they were okay with it. As we move forward, the revenue again is about 1.3 million coming in from the local option sales tax. It's been a little higher lately. We're just not wanting to get aggressive in our numbers, so we keep conservative, same line, 1.3. That's where, as we talked about, the police vehicles that we do come from local option sales tax. We'll transfer those into another fund. Same with the amount for fire equipment. Our ambulance goes to reserve as well. We have paid for some of the safety things, our pedestrian crossing out of here. When we had the famous blinky lights that were out by Burger King. The parkway, that bond will come off soon. That money then will be reallocated towards golf and pool if the clubhouse goes through and is a project that's finished. Otherwise, it'll be pool and the rest will remain in local option sales tax. We do alley reconstructions out here. I think in talking to Justin, I think we've got a lot of our alleys covered. We may shift this actually into a sidewalk program and try and get through one round of sidewalks, first identifying our issues so we know what we're dealing with, and then potentially moving into a sidewalk replacement assessment, that kind of thing that we had years ago, got away from because it was kind of ran into the negative without any way to come back out of it. I think we found that way, and that's going to be through this funding that was for alleys. Now, if we need to do an alley at some point, we can always reallocate this back. That's what makes this a good use. But I think the sidewalk program has to be kicked in again and get that moving. So we'll kind of discuss going forward, how do we implement that, what that looks like, and I'll kind of rely on Justin and his team to figure that out a little bit. The other big items we put in there then is we help with seal coating different districts of the city. We have a little curb and gutter we try to put in every year for those instances, and that's needed to recondition curbs for work that's been done. And then some storm drainage improvement also goes into another fund. You'll see it in the capital funds. That'll build a balance so we could do storm drainage improvements as well. Then the last piece is the Cedar River Ballpark diamonds that were done in 2023 bonds. Those are gonna come off in another year or so. And again, that's where, as I said, that's where you look at pool, and if golf is done, that funding would then be reallocated for that. There's a balloon payment about the size of the parkway payment that allowed that to be done with a minimal amount of issue. So that in a nutshell is what our local option sales tax goes to. And again, the language is included when it was updated. That is what we'll move forward with. So we have this till about, is it 20, what's my year, Val? When does this expire? Do you know offhand? Is it 37? I can't remember. Is it 36? I think it's fiscal 36 or 7. Either way, it's not that far out. And so we'll have to have a vote, see, do you continue doing local option sales tax going forward? So any questions on local option sales tax? No. And then
I don't want to talk about perpetual care again. Hotel motel tax, we discussed that briefly. As Carl had mentioned, that comes in the general fund. Half of that then goes into hotel motel tax, half stays with the city clerk's fund. So that's basically for property tax relief, because it's general fund. We have the Waverly Welcome Home that's been presented to you, it comes out of this. The chamber contribution, their request is in here. They will be coming on the 7th as well to discuss that. We do some other events, like we've had the Waverly Cedar Falls Symphony here. We do some of the holiday lights out of here. Again, the plants and flowers, Leisure Services talked about. We do a slight transfer to the pro shop for the tourism portion of this. And that kind of rounds out what hotel motel tax can be kind of used for. Half of it needs to go to tourism, the other half is as you please. And so we have taken that other half basically for property tax relief. So the rest of these are more of a tourism-based usage as you look through it. Any questions, hotel motel, use purpose, et cetera? Good. All right. Make sure I don't miss anything, get a whole lot of good paper in here, some code you want to read. Code. Chambers request. Oh, debt service, sales tax increment financing fund. Good Lord, I've never seen one before until I came here. I don't think I will gonna see one again. It's a weird one for financing, you don't see it often. Sales tax increment financing, a lot of paperwork, a lot of ugly with it. This was done after the '08 flood. It's a weird way to do it. It's income that comes from the state through sales tax. And once you generate enough to make the payment, then it stops coming in. Last year, we were making the payment. As you can see, 27 is not here. So we're just showing you that this is over. This is finally done. We will close this out at the end of this fiscal year, June 30. It'll be done and gone. Final payment June 1st. Thank God. It's a weird one. Not sure how it happened, but it did.
So James, can you start a little earlier in the
Sure.
explanation about what this is?
So sales tax increment financing, we kind of talked about how we get it. It was a bond done for, God, I'm trying to think back. It'll be in the debt service a little bit. It's for different projects that came up. Let me find this guy. It was for the dry run. It was a 2015 B is when it happened. So before
Okay,
Tim was the only one that was here for that, is on the council, but
okay.
it was for the dry run, some other costs associated with that at the time. And this is a unique way to fund it that I've not really seen before. It's not common to use sales tax increment financing. And so, only one that we've done, like I said, last payment is this year, and so I don't know that we'll do any going forward. It's kind of a complicated bit of business, so. But yeah, that was again after the flood. It got into some of that issue, the dry run, et cetera, so. Yeah. And on the other side, it's perpetual care. We kind of talked to that. I was gonna say we beat it to death, but that's not in good taste considering what it is, so. Employee benefits comes after that, so in every department that you see, budget-wise, you see the 112 funds, you see the benefits. This is a summary of what that is. Same information, just summarized, so you can see what it does cost for employee benefits from FICA, IPERS, our pension 411, our group insurance. And then we get into the little funds. Again, I'll let you look through them. If you have any questions, DARE, Shop the Cop, Tri-County, Police Dog, we do not have any more. I don't think we'll be getting another one going forward. Is that correct, Rich? Okay. No more dog. Minor equipment, we just have a little bit in there, and again, that stuff transfers in from local option sales tax we talked about earlier. Your community gardens, that's where this lies, so outstanding program. All this is general fund, coming into small pieces. The dog park, again, very small fund, but kind of an important one. And then we get into equipment reserve. And so as we've discussed a few times, the police vehicles will allocate funding into here. It sits here until it's ready to be expended. Same thing with the ambulance. We do our administration copy vehicles the same way, so the van that we have, the small SUV, the copiers we use, all these things sitting here until there's enough money to purchase them, and then we purchase them. You'll see them go into the other budget as a purchase, and then we start over and start holding money in here until we're ready. So you don't have one big spike one year and then nothing for 3 more and then another spike. It's a nice gradual way to do this. So that's the equipment reserve fund that we talk about. Transfers in, the transfers out. I think if you have questions, you need to stop and we'll discuss. We're just gonna kind of walk through these as they're a little bit smaller fund. Municipal band, obviously it's all of the great programming we do in the summer. This is where that lies. Trees Forever, where a lot of our tree plantings come from. We get some revenue from Trees Forever coming in, so we can continue to replace trees that are out there, add more that have been taken away. The National Night Out. The local police departments come out and get to know your cops. They're not bad guys. Come on out. Have a hot dog, hang out, talk, you know. It's all good stuff. So at this point, I want to skip debt service and capital projects because that's going to probably be how we end up with a lot of this. I'd like to jump into the proprietary or enterprise funds. So I'm going to have Justin come back to close this out. We'll go ahead and start with water and kind of walk through the big ones. And then if we have time, we'll jump into some projects at the end to make sure that you're aware, because there's a few that are coming quickly that we might have to do before July 1, because we talked about them last year, they're being engineered. So again, we're gonna want to touch base on them, but right now, let's jump into the water division.
All right, I'm back again. I think this is the last time.
This is it, the last run.
For these enterprise funds, James briefly touched on it. They're user-based, user-fee funded.
Yep.
So a lot of the revenues from these are paid for your water rates, sewer rates, refuse, solid waste, all those items. There are some caveats in each of them, we got some revenue in water that's a little different than others, some rent, but.
These are not property taxes.
Not property taxes.
A lot of people concerned with that, these are not property taxes, they are fee driven.
No, we have, in water, we have consists of 2 full-time operators, one 70% operator that splits with sewer line maintenance, and then 1 full-time water sewer foreman. We do all water leaks, water valve replacement, pretty much anything beside construction we'll do in-house. We do sub out occasionally when we get a really bad leak, or, we've had one out at Walmart a few times, a couple of those things. We do have some contractors come in here and there, but for the most part, we do everything in-house. We are pretty adamant on our maintenance schedule. We have 7 districts that I mentioned earlier. We do the same thing with valve turning. So each valve in town, we have, I don't know, I think it's 300-400 of them. You operate them so they work whenever you need them. So what we've been finding lately is a lot of them do not work. So we've had an increase in costs on these valves that do not operate. And years ago, valve replacement was not a big deal. Now you're talking an 8-inch valve, $1,500. It used to be $600. Some of those are the costs you'll see along this budget that we see.
Does it mostly occur in a certain section, or are you seeing it just all over the place, or is it in age?
It's historically, some of the issues we have are in some of the areas with what you'd call a little hotter soil, where it dissolves some of the bolts and rust occurs quicker underground. We do see some of that in certain areas, but a lot of it's just age. You got some old brass-on-brass valves that were put in the 50s, or that they're only going to shut down so far. So a lot of it's end of life that we find as well. Same with hydrants. We've increased hydrant replacement. That's another thing we do on the 7 districts. We inspect every one of them. Each district, we go through, lube all the nuts on the outside. We fill them with oil if we need to, operate them. They get flushed regardless every year, the whole town does. But that's also on our maintenance program. 7 districts also is painting hydrants as well. We found a contractor lately that will actually come in very reasonable, blast and paint the hydrants. So we tried a couple. If you've been down to the high school, there's some new ones down in that area. A couple of other areas in town. We've done West Bremer or East Bremer because of the salt on the road. They really do a number on it. So they've seemed to be working pretty good. So we're going to continue with doing that. A hydrant used to figure $2,500 to $3,000 for a hydrant, plus a valve a little bit, maybe $3,000. Now we're seeing $6,000 for a hydrant replacement. They've doubled in cost, just so we want to maintain what we have. A lot of them, you can replace a lot of parts in some of the ones, but some of them, once they get so old, 50s and 60s hydrants they don't make anything for them anymore. 10 Testing is a big item on our list. As of late, you've noticed we've had a lot of PFAS in the news. We're doing quarterly testing right now for 2 wells. Why that's significant is it's $400 per test. But if you have a hit, you have to test the blank. So it's $800 per test per well, quarterly. This originally came when we were not expecting it, obviously. It's all new, it's moving all the time. The regulations have been adjusted up and down. So we're following along with those, following the trends. The wells have been fluctuating quite a bit, so that's a good sign. I mean, it's just how water moves underground. Well 7 went down a little bit. Well 5 had a small hit the last time underneath the limit, but it's also a hit. But you gotta realize we're testing down to parts per trillion. A lot of these labs are having a hard time getting down to those limits, so that's just something to keep in mind. There's a lot of room for error. There's a lot of stuff going on with these testing protocols that we have to follow. We gotta wear rubber gloves. You can't have fast food so many hours in advance. Certain wrappers have PFAS on them still that could throw off the results. Like, it's this whole list of stuff. It's a very, very difficult situation. Along with PFAS, we have nitrate testing. That's been another hot topic lately. We do monthly nitrate testing on 2 wells, quarterly on the other 2. We do test weekly sometimes during some seasons if we're getting some higher numbers in-house. We've since switched to being EPA or DNR certified testing in-house for nitrates, our method. We've found that the labs were a little inconsistent at times on our results. And so we went in-house. Grant Ben Scooter, he went through and got the necessary testing protocol done. It was quite a process, and there's a lot of hoops you gotta jump through to make sure you're following all the proper protocols. But that's been a big benefit for us. 1, it reduced our cost from taking it to a lab all the time, and 2, we can get the results right away in-house. 10 bacteria samples per month, that's standard. Is another thing. A couple of projects coming on. We're updating wells and towers with some new equipment. Another one of those technology things I mentioned earlier. We had end of life notification last week. I haven't got a proposal yet for some of our controllers in all our wells and towers. We've updated 3 of them, but we have 8 total. So this controls basically all the operations of our towers and wells, when they run, when they shut off, the alarms, everything. Still waiting on a number of that. That might be adjusted in this budget, or that might be something that we just have to go ahead and do because we really don't have an option. Another item, I put a note in here on water main extension to serve Hines subdivision. That's a possible project. You remember we went to preliminary design last year. The plans are finished. I would say 95%. We've submitted the IUP for SRF funding. That's just a formality step to make sure everything's lined up. So it'll be coming forth to you guys here in a little while to see, and we'll talk about it, I'm sure, on the 7th. Another one is the well siting. I had a fracture trace analysis done. Had a meeting yesterday actually with the contractor that did it. Very informative. Found 2 areas in town that are ideal locations for a well. One's really ideal. It's going to require some land acquisition. But with that being said, I think it's a good location because it's close to our infrastructure. We got mains, we got large mains, and it might set us up for the future if we decide we ever need any treatment. So that's something that'll be coming forward in the discussion. Some of the results, I'll give you a 10,000 foot view because he gets really in depth. It's a hydrogeologist that did this study, and he's forgot more than I know about water and underground. So those are the big things coming up. As far as revenue, I mentioned earlier, we are user-based. We have a rate increase already slated for June of 26 of 3%. That's just primarily inflationary and to pay for some additional projects. We pump, what is it? We bill 270 million gallons a year, and we pump 360 million gallons a year. So you can see where some of our issue is and why we're doing these valve replacements and other items. We got 20.9% lost water. Ideally, your number you want to be between 14 and 17. 20 is a little high, but we do have some old hydrants out there, we got some old mains. You know, the area of Waverly, there can be a leak that happens that does not surface. So when it doesn't surface, you don't know there's a problem. So we do leak detection studies, we do everything we can to try to catch those leaks, but that's pure water that's going right into the ground somewhere, or the river. Back to revenue, tower rent, we have 4 carriers on the west tower. As the one that's the one that was over by the old Pizza Hut that was just painted. We have 1 carrier on the east tower. Most people don't realize that because you really can't see it. We might be losing one in the future. That's a pretty good revenue source, right around 100,000 for us right now. Since the buyout between USL and T-Mobile, I believe, they've been decommissioned some of their sites, but as of right now, they haven't got any word. I did see plans, AT&T is looking to possibly get out of that parking lot here and onto the tower on the west tower eventually. They had a large tower or antenna replacement nationwide project. So this got put to the back burner until they got that completed. All right, that should touch on the revenues. Going through the budgets, we've joined a couple, or one other, what do you want to say, association. It's cities of 10,000 or larger population. So it's kind of nice. I go to that, they have spring and fall conferences, and it's all small group bouncing ideas off what other people are doing, what other towns are doing to solve some of these issues that we're all seeing. You know, the PFAS, the nitrates, all those items. And some of them are larger that have been through this numerous times because they've already been pushed to do it. So it's a very good organization. That was a little additional cost. They pay, they charge per capita, so that's where our rate comes from. I think it was like $1,200 this year. Other than that, some repairing some of the well houses. We got chlorine analyzers, gas detection units, just simple general replacements that are required every so many years. One of the advertising we've increased because the DNR has implemented more water report publications for us. We have to send out letters to everyone about the water service lines. Some of you may have received some, I believe you probably did. And to report for lead service, that's a big thing, push right now. We're down to 600, I think, right around that we need figure out their service lines, which is a small victory in itself from where we started. Obviously,
How many were there initially? It was thousands.
We were 3,000, almost 2,500 or something like that.
You're down to 600.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was really high. We have 4,500 meters in the system, 3,800 in town, so services. Some of the miscellaneous contracts, we have a yearly increase to Waverly Utilities for their billing and the PFAS testing. Capital equipment, we mentioned we're working on some stuff. We were gonna trade in one of the trucks. You can cross that dump truck off. Eventually, one of these years when we get a good single axle, I would like water department to utilize that. Usually water main breaks happen when we're plowing snow and vice versa. And we do not have a slew of extra vehicles out there. So it'd be kind of nice for water to have one. Plus it'd serve as a backup for the road use or for the streets whenever we do have breakdowns. The other truck there is a 2016 Dodge. We've got a handful of hours, quite a few miles on it. That's our go-to. That's a kind of utility truck. It's got the hoist, the crane. I mentioned valve turning earlier. It's a valve turner on the front. Everyone always like, oh, it can't be that bad. Well, a valve, for an 8-inch valve, it's 25 turns, and usually you operate about 4 or 5 times as you're operating the valve. And a 10-inch is 32 turns. It's quite a bit of turns and labor. We can cut down a lot of costs. We can get a lot of valves turned in a short amount of time. Plus it records them and we can send them to GIS if we want to put them on our maintenance program. Here's that Hotsy again. It came back. They're paying for a part of that as well. Plate packer for our mini excavator. Right now the only tamper we have is on a tractor backhoe, and that does not get utilized a whole lot, because usually streets is using it. This can go on our mini excavator, and then we can tamp them back in the streets and make sure they're compacted. And then the Harley rake down below, or the power rake, that's, Garrett touched on that a little bit. Sewer line maintenance and water, they've been doing a lot of restoration in areas where city owned that are on easements. If you want to call it storm sewer where they dump out. We have a lot of times when this was done during a project, it's 15, 20, 30 years ago for a subdivision, and we own that easement. Well, has been maintained over the years. So we go in, we regrade, we do a lot of those re-rock, put new extensions on the culverts, and then we got to redo the ground, basically process the ground so it can be seeded. It cleans it up. Water, I know there's a lot, pretty quick. Any questions? WPC, Water Pollution Control. Plants, I would say substantially complete and up and operational. We still have not seen a permit. We don't know when that'll be from the DNR. I'm guessing it'll be quite a while again. They're usually not in a hurry to get those, but we are meeting all our potential limits. Staff out there, 2 full-time operators and 1 wastewater foreman. Grant Van Scooter does a great job of utilizing what he has and trying to keep the cost down. This is a lot of unknown coming into this process, because we updated a lot of equipment, didn't know a lot of significant costs. I think we budgeted well over the years. You can see by our trends. The electricity is one of the biggest costs. There's parts moving. If those of you who've been out there and seen it, there's a lot of moving parts, a lot of items out there. But they've done a good job of trying to optimize it as much as possible. Lift stations are maintained through them. We have 10 lift stations. Main lift is down by Crestwood, down there by the river. They maintain all the pumping equipment, they do all the numbers, any regulatory stuff. Sewer line maintenance helps with cleaning it. Another big item in this is the Eastgate lift station rehabilitation. We've talked about it a little bit. Those of you on council before, we had plans developed. Those are completed. We are, SRF funding for IUP has been submitted. We are really close to bringing it back to you for approval to get the bid letting, and if you approve to get it going. This lift station is in dire need. If any of you remember seeing the pictures before, the controls and everything, it was built in 1981. It's served its purpose. The pumps have basically they've given us everything they had, and they're non-rebuildable at this point, and items just need to be upgraded.
This one gets overwhelmed in high water pretty quickly too.
We've had inundation in residents out in Eastgate from backup from this lift station, not being able to keep up. Along those lines, we'll touch on a little bit later, is some lining to address some of those I&I and inflow and infiltration concerns along with this project. I touched on Hines subdivision. The sewer services out there would be another item coming out of here. That's a larger portion of it, unfortunately, because sewer usually costs a lot more to install. But that would be another thing that we're going to be talking about as capital projects. The other thing I want to throw are normal flows. Everyone always kind of asks how much water goes out there. We're 1.05 million gallons per day is what goes through there. If you think about it, our water department's like 0.923 million gallons per day. So we get a little bit of excess. But in a total year, we pump 439 million gallons. So that doesn't compute per day, but our average flow is 1.05. So that's where we're getting some of these I&I problems. So if you do the math, 1 million gallon a day should be 365 million gallons a year, but we get a lot of excess flow. And a good note on that, the golf course does receive 24.3 million gallons of treated effluent. So most people don't know, there is a line from the sewer plant all the way to the golf course ponds that is treated effluent.
So don't go swimming in those ponds.
Revenue,
You gotta watch that.
revenue is user-based, like I mentioned. It's basically off the water meter usage. We have a 5% increase in June of 2026 already slated. That was approved a couple of years ago. That's inflationary expenses and some of these projects costs. There's not a lot of changes in the budget, except for the standard ones I mentioned earlier. We got some, one truck that's up for replacement. 2016, I forgot to mention before, we try to stay on a 10-year replacement cycle of some of our pickups, especially larger trucks, but like these, they start rusting out and they just start causing problems. That PC 302 is up for this year. Some of the lab equipment, Grant's really good about realizing what needs to be replaced. They got the scrubber, the steam scrubber, basically an autoclave, almost dishwasher. It heats water to like 300 degrees for sterilizing their equipment. That is pieced together right now. He's looking to replace that this next year. The other item we were looking at is a mower. We have roughly 15 acres they mow. Right now it's with a 2-inch or 60-inch deck. So we have a guy mowing for about 2.5 days sometimes, depending. This year was a lot. And some of these areas, you could reduce some of the mowing to natural areas, but most of it have to be mowed. Around the plants we reduce a lot of the stuff that you used to mow around in the project, so it's all open area. So we're looking to get a mower with a pull behind mower, or a tractor with a pull behind mower. This tractor actually have a loader on it as well. They get deliveries out there, they have no way to unload them. Move things around the plant, get things off the oxidation ditch. So this will be a very beneficial for them to have. Plus, it'll free up that guy's time a little bit. Building improvements, stairs at the main lift. So there's an elevator, if you can see that picture. During the project, the elevator decided to quit working. It's got some age on it.
How deep is that?
I think we're like roughly at 45 feet.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now you can see the yellow circle. That's basically just a ladder going down there. And then it has like a squirrel cage built around it for safety. OSHA is going to be eliminating that requirement, not making you change those requirements shortly. That was what our findings were when the OSHA came through last. So I'm proposing a stairway in the lift station so they can access it and eliminating the elevator. The elevator cost was comparable to the stairs, and we don't have the inspection, the maintenance, the upkeep on the elevator, and the guys are actually in favor of the stairs if needed, or that's a difference. So. A lot of things I went through really quick there again. Any questions? Seeing none. Sewer line maintenance. This is combined with sewers all together. WPC and sewer line maintenance are one budget, but they're on one fund, but in separate budgets. We have 2 operators full-time, and then one 30% operator. That's the other water department guy. So these guys clean a lot of sewer. Last year we cleaned 71,000 feet of sewer mains and televised 2,000, and then they help out with all the water division projects. So we try to keep on pace to clean the city in 5 years. So we have roughly 350,000, 400,000, 375, let's say, 375,000 feet of sewer main in town. So if we get it cleaned every 5 years, it satisfies our insurance requirements for when we have backups and other items, and it saves us in the end. It's a lot to clean, because some of these are in backyards, some of these are in areas that are hard to reach at certain times of year, so you gotta be really agile. We're continuing the grease interceptor inspections. So we started a fog program a couple years ago. We had a long period of adjustment for restaurants. So we gave them a big period. We categorized them in what needed to be done. I think there's 3 categories if I remember right, and then down to the smaller places that should get one, but we're not pushing right now. And we gave them a year to comply, and as of right now, I think we're down to like 1 or 2 that have not complied, the highest risk ones. Some of the big users in town, you can imagine, fast food restaurants or something, some of them are really good, some of them, we had to bump up their cleaning schedules. So they used to clean, every 2 months, we went, you need to clean every 5 weeks. And then we noticed less backups in town. So it's been a very successful program, and actually everyone's been really good. It's been more educating the business owners on best management practices. We got a large sewer main project possibly that's going to be proposed. That's the CIPP lining I mentioned. If none of you have ever seen or heard of it, I Google it. It's very interesting. They take a epoxy resin impregnated liner that's inverted, and they basically push it through a sewer main. And when they push it through, if it's 8-inch, they can use air. If it's bigger, they could use water. And they push it through there, and it basically flips it inside out, and it's pre-measured. They can even change sizes. So if your sewer main goes from 8-inch to 12-inch, they can put a different size in there exactly at that spot. Pump it up with steam or UV or air, and then cure it. And then they come in and cut each service out. So basically what you're doing is you're saving the integrity of the pipe, and then you're sealing off any of the leaks that you have in these old pipes. You can imagine a lot of these old mains in town are all old clay pipe, cracked, broken. We got some large ones that are like some 24-inch ones that are busted underneath some roads that need to be addressed. This is a economical way so you don't tear up the surface, replace roads. Some of these areas along the river are proposed to be getting done. It's a costly project, but it can save all the treatment, all that water, all the failures that you have associated with that. So I think we're proposing 22,000 feet of lining at this point. Yeah. Any items? As far as their budget, the hot seat's back again. And pretty much everything was straightforward. Last year we got a new jet machine, worked out really well. That was a big investment. But that's one of those things, if you keep on top of it, it was smaller because our other one was in fairly decent shape yet.
And what was that for, Justin?
That was a jet machine last year, combo jetback.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think that's almost a $500,000 piece of equipment. You can see the split for the plate packer and then the power rake or the Harley rake. Any questions?
What is the cost of the lining?
The lining right now is estimated at 1.5 million. And that's SRF funded as well, so that's a low interest, what's that, 20 year?
Yeah, probably. I think it's 20, you can pay it off early if you want to. And SRF has the lowest interest out there. So when we say SRF, it's State Revolving Fund. So that's a program for water and sewer improvements through the state, and uses a 2 to 3% rate, which is way less than what you're gonna pay market rate, but it's specifically built for those to improve water quality, sewer issues, things just like this. You're talking 4 miles of lining, getting this done. And as he said, the inundation part of it, you just have leaks, roots get into these, especially when it gets drought driven. Roots find these mains, crack them, break them, they get into that. Does this stuff help prevent root penetration? Is it kind of?
Yeah, they've came a long ways with this. Before, they just used to slap a liner in there and cut out the services and leave it. Now they actually, they do manhole blocks, so the water can't get past the manholes, because otherwise the water just runs in between the pipe and the pipe, right? And runs in, and you don't prevent anything. Well, now they seal up that. They grout the services, so they come back in, they shoot a thing up there and they grout all the services, so everything's sealed up as one.
Wow.
Roots do not get in. Usually goes 5 to 8, maybe 10 foot into the service. You don't go any further than that. Some places do the whole lining all the way to the house, but I find that it gets a little dirty if we do it that way. It's harder to find out who's what. This way we can just seal up the main. Yep.
Did that cause the issue or not? So.
Because they gotta be cleaned and other items.
How long does that last?
I have not heard of one fail yet. Yeah, we've done them in town. 2019, we did 4 blocks on 2nd Street Northwest. When we were doing it, the line collapsed actually, so timing was good. So it is needed. I mean, we got it all over town. We just picked out the really bad areas. We know, because we have to go back, they've been backed up, they've been plugged, they've been, some of it's concrete pipe. Everyone would think concrete's good. Well, every joint, there's a big ball of roots that come in, and then hydrogen sulfide eats concrete away. So their concrete's actually falling apart underground. And this is along a river, so I think we want to replace it, line it versus replace it.
So if they're lining it and the whole pipe crumbles, they have to then replace the pipe?
Spot repair.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so you dig it up with a spot repair. Yeah, it's part of the process, because that's why you're replacing the
Yeah,
pipes,
yeah.
right? They're in tough shape, so it does happen. You just deal with them as they come.
We still have clay tile, we have brick, we have all kinds, you'd be shocked what's in the ground that's still holding, sort of.
Yeah,
before it
you're
falls
correct.
apart. I mean,
You said that's a 20-year repayment?
the bond can be a 20-year payment
Up
if you
to, up
choose.
to 20 years?
Yep, and you can back it off to pay it off early, there's no penalty for that, whatever you choose to do. It's the same method we went through for WPC to get that project done, that was a SRF 20 years. So when we look at the debt later, you'll see 2042, that's when it pays off, 20 years if we get hold of that one.
Yeah, if we can reduce some of the inflow, every gallon you have to pump, you have to treat.
Yep.
But the water, there's the same amount of waste in the water, if it's 10 gallons or if it's 2 gallons of water. There's the same amount of waste, so it just costs you more to treat it, if that makes sense. So if you could reduce that amount, you see the output costs we have for electricity and all the items there, if we can reduce that cost a little bit, it helps immensely. Saves life and wear and tear in pumps. I mean, we have pumps that cycle right now with the main lift, barely, don't run hardly at all. But we go to all three of them wide open running when it rains sometimes, or it floods. So that's the I&I issues we have.
Okay, any other questions? We'll jump into solid waste.
Solid waste. Very diverse fund, I guess. They do a lot of collection, disposal, all solid waste. So you're thinking yard waste, recycling, it's the recycling center, it's the refuse. They also help with all street plowing, as I mentioned earlier, all those other items. So it consists of 1 full-time lead, 2 full-time operators, and 1 solid waste streets foreman. So he's split between streets and solid waste. Numbers, we actually, 4,750 tons to the landfill in 24-25. Numbers for like the recycling center, you know, just kind of see the use we get. We have 35,000 people visit that in a year. Recycling, that's the one always brings up. How much do we recycle? Well, curbside collection is 294 tons in a year. At the recycling center, we do 563 tons. That's including cardboard, which is a good portion of it. The issue we have going forward is the cost of everything. We fund it by user base. We fund it by garbage fees. It's a little more dynamic than the other funds because it's not straight across the board. We usually, we have a proposed this year of going with increasing the dumpsters for commercial and refuse and commercial cardboard as well, because we have time invested on picking all these items up. And yeah, curbside recycling is increasing by 75 cents as well. Some of the items that we see, we track everything that is recycled, and our rates fluctuate with market. So that's the big issue we see. Right now, through December, we've spent more on recycling than we did all of last fiscal year. So last fiscal year, we spent $25,000. This year, we're at $28,774, just by what's down out at the recycling center and what's for commingled recycling at curbside. So there's going to be a decision at some point if we raise rates to try to combat some of these costs, because these are trending this way and they have been for a while, or do we, you know, what do we do with it? You know, it's not a changing number, it's facts. So I just want to point that out right now. It's a tough discussion because the landfill rates have, you know, we know those every year. But, you know, these rates could come back. It's purely what the market is and what the climate of the environment is, I guess.
We've had discussion a number of times, it's much cheaper to landfill than recycle. Per ton, per limit, per weight, it simply is. At one point, would you look at reducing what we take in commingled? So it becomes more efficient where it's only paper or cardboard, things that'll actually make money for us.
That's an option. I mean, that or you just limit to just the recycling center only. You know, there's options, you know, and we all know it. The recycling center's utilized by more than just City of Waverly residents.
Oh, yeah.
And before, when there was less cost and some more rebates on some of those items, it wasn't as, it was more, you could offset a lot easier. Now it's tougher to pencil that out. So, you know, you could look at, you know, a lot of towns, they have recycling, but it's a lot more cost than what we have. So I'm getting to the point where it's now, we can't put it on refuse costs because our costs are actually up there pretty decent compared to everyone around, because we do track everyone around. But it's also one of those things, do you put more on, if you want to have recycling, the convenience of that versus taking the recycling center, you put a little more cost on that. It's still, what is it right now? $4.25 for a 35 and a 65, and a 95 gallon is $6.30 for recycling. So that's per month, so it's pretty reasonable. So that's something we'll have to discuss at the next rate time, the change, so.
I think you're seeing a lot less cities do curbside commingled recycling. Commingled in general because of the labor costs, and then curbside because of the extra trucks.
Yep.
The time, the effort, I mean, it all adds up in a hurry, and some just have the big dumpsters in a part of town, and you go dump it there. I mean, I don't know if that's the way we go, but it will be a discussion, I think, going forward. We have to make a legitimate discussion about it.
Yeah, just for the ones that are new, we take all our recycling to Republic Services. It's down between Waterloo and Cedar Falls, just off of, I think it's Lone Tree or whatever down there. They take it down there. We take all our bale of cardboard, everything down there. We get charged for curbside recycling so much per trucking, and they truck it to Cedar Rapids. And then we get paid whatever rebates are on any of those items. Well, with the market fluctuating, our trucking costs per contract only increases per the contract volume. We know that. But the other cost is what fluctuates a lot. Okay. And they do take everything, pretty much everything from a recycling center for the most part, except for some stuff goes to Cedar Falls, styrofoam and glass.
Yeah.
But that's their minimal cost. In that budget, I touched on the revenue. That's the thing that, we always budget for the high amount, for what it actually costs for us. I think every year it's right around 48,000 we budget for. It's one of those, we haven't seen those since we switched to using Republic. It used to be Gendro Services. And that's when we saw the 48 to 55,000 a year. Some of the standard things, they do, Waverly Utilities does all the billing as well. Those are some of the increases. Same with the water and sewer. Equipment replacement, there's that one, 2009 Dodge. They utilize this to pick up bales, haul compost, haul all those items. Mulch. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a whole lot else in this fund unless you guys have some questions.
Last time at the hot seat.
There's hot seat there again.
That's right. That's right there.
Yeah. I do have numbers on compost and everything, if you guys are ever interested in like what we actually haul out every year. We track all those numbers. It's in the annual report. You know, the yard waste site does get utilized quite a bit. You know, I think I had numbers on this. In 8 years, we almost had 20,000 vehicles, or 8 months, 20,000 vehicles.
Wow. Yeah.
So that's quite a few, that's a lot of traffic out there. So we haul a lot of, everything goes in, everything comes out. So mulch, compost, everything.
No, that's a great service, yeah.
So.
Okay, any questions, solid waste? Okay, thank you. All right, that's the bulk of staff reports then. We'll jump back to debt service, which is the, oh, is it magenta, fuchsia, I don't know what color that is.
Pink? No, well, that's really pink.
That's super pink. Neon highlighter pink, I don't know what you call it. I mean, it's after,
Ooh, that's hot pink.
no, it's, I'm not calling it hot pink. That's just not it.
It is magenta.
Magenta, that's what we're going with. Magenta. So, debt service fund is exactly what it is. We levy money to pay our debt. We're not to carry a large balance. If we do start to get a balance, we'll pay down an extra piece of debt with it. We're doing that this year, getting rid of a final payment early. which is what gave us room to possibly do projects this year. Keep that again stable as we go forward. But before we jump in, let's pull out our second set of charts. Hopefully you hung on to them. I'm starting to wonder if I did. Phew, I did. A lot of paper in this. All right, so the first one, this is all of our debt listed out by category and the total amount as well. So it's a little tough to read because it's so much in there, but top line is the total. You can see how it starts to come down. Each year we pay off more and more and more. And this is assuming you don't issue any more, obviously. The orange, I guess you would call it, that is our standard general obligation debt. It's for your different items from roads, streets, whatever it may be. It's general obligation. It's kind of broad in the city. The green, you see it goes all the way across, that is the state revolving fund. That is the SRF fund. So for a long time, the longest debt we had out was 10 years. We were 100% paid out in 10 years. Those days have changed. SRF is a 20-year, if you choose it to be. Our pool bonds, I want to say, are 12, 15, because again, because the size of it. So we have had to shift the way we were doing this just because of necessity and how it would work. The yellow, again, local option sales tax. That's the actual debt we have to cover, but we will use payments towards other debt that we don't necessarily have to do. So that's one of the key things. We can talk about debt all day too. How it works, the mechanisms, why you do what you do. General obligation debt goes against the full faith and credit of the city is the phrase they use. We are limited to 5% of the total value of the city. So we talked earlier about the 100% assessed valuation. When that goes up and the rollback cuts it back down, we still get the expanse of the debt service, because debt service goes against the 100%, not the taxable. So if we grow 5%, we still get that as more capacity to borrow if you choose to. With the reduction in the rollback, it's almost forcing you to have to go to the debt market because you can't do it other ways, and that's a trend we're seeing more and more. And I don't think that's a good trend either, but sometimes that's the only way you can get things done. And that's kind of what we're seeing, is that trend happening, more debt service. More debt, more debt, more debt. I'm not a big fan, but at some point, that's all you can do. So we have plenty of capacity. There's a sheet I bring out once in a while. I haven't in a long time. I won't today. It's a debt capacity worksheet. I've written some numbers down, which of course I left. We are well within our capacity limits. So, for example, if we were worth $1 billion, just to make the math simple, 5% of that would be 50 million. That's what you can have borrowed at any one point in time. The city then also has a ordinance or a resolution that ratchets that down to 80% of that limit, so it's really only 40 million. That way you always have that 20% for emergencies, for floods, for things just in case you might have to go that far. We are still only 50% of that roughly, of our legal limit, and maybe 60% of our self-imposed limits. So we have plenty of capacity to borrow if you choose to do so. It's not always can you, it's more of should you. And that's where it comes in, the tax rate, the overall levies, what that looks like. So the debt service payments you're seeing in this chart is a little bit of everything. Again, you see TIF, just a few years of that debt left, water, sewer, and so forth. If you flip to the next one, it zooms in a little more, gets away from the total line, so you can kind of see a little more of how far it goes out, kind of the trend, what it looks like. Again, everything is falling off by fiscal 31 except SRF and our regular debt. All these specialized debt. Now, if we add water and sewer, which I propose we will, that will extend that out. Even local option sales tax is a possibility of funding a project that would extend that out, and it would look much different depending on how we use that. The next two pages are simply the same document. It's just in a bar graph. Sometimes it's easier to visually see that. First one being the total. You can see how rapidly it comes out, drops off, falls down. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see a block of blue all the way across the same level because you have no room, no capacity. Proper debt management, the way we do it, the way most cities do it, you would want to maintain that limit, but no more. So we backfill in certain debt, we front certain debt, we layer in other debt. Also, it does not exceed, but it keeps about the same levy going forward, so you don't have spikes, valleys. It's dependable, it's consistent, and things still can get accomplished. So when you look at that fiscal 26 line, if you draw a line straight over, 27 would go up to that line and then trickle down. 28 will eventually get there and trickle down. That is how we do our debt service when we work through here. So still within 15 years, everything is paid off, basically. The next page is just the general obligation or the general fund, property tax-driven version of this. The others are paid for with other funds, whether it's local option sales tax, water fees, sewer fees. This is true property tax paid down. Looks similar, a little less, drops down just as fast. So that's what our current debt situation looks like. Again, we're probably half what we need capacity-wise. You have enough room, so it's not about if, it's about should be. So the debt service fund is exactly that. It's all the debt that we have outstanding, from the 2015 Bs, which are about to go away, 2014 As. Each letter is a different series, so multiple types of debt were issued that year. A, B, C keeps you separate from a GO bond to local option sales tax to water to sewer to whatever. If you go to those years, you'll see the multiple different types. And then we also list out when the payments, the final payments are happening. So, and you can see some of them, 2015B, 2017A, we're making final payments this year and clearing that chart. So the next page of that then actually shows you, again, more of a horizontal look at it. Where does all the debt go? Where's our current fiscal year? On the left side, it explains briefly what was the debt for, why did we issue it? So if you look at some of those, your top ones, 2014A was for the dry run. Some at 20th, some things that happened there. The next one was for TIF, so tax increment financing projects, and so forth. You just keep going down. Some are TIF, some are local option sales tax. If you go to the middle, 2018A, 60% of that is paid with local option sales tax, 40% of it's paid with TIF. Separate the two out so you can see the difference. And that's how it looks when you go through 2020, 2019, et cetera. You flip the page and it goes all the way up, and then you have a big summary at the bottom of what each category of debt is, from water, sewer, and these are different from the water sewer you see in the water sewer funds. Not to get too complicated, but water and sewer debt in those funds are actually water bonds. You are forced to pay them with water fees, period. When you do a GO debt this way with water, you have the choice. My water fund can't take it, I can tax for it. I have options on how I pay for it. It was for a water project, so water fees are transferred into this to pay for it, not paid for it straight out of the water fund itself. I know it gets complicated, but it's just a matter of how you want to introduce these and how you want to do it. So the GO, if you can do it that way, is a lot more versatile. You have more options other than just a tax. You can use other funds to pay for it, transfer monies to. It counts against what's called our capacity, again, that 5%. Other bonds, like water bonds and sewer bonds, truly don't count against our capacity because they're not property tax driven where these are. So even though we pay for them with water fees, they still count because technically they were borrowed as a property tax bond. We just happen to use water fees to pay it off. But if the water fees couldn't, property taxes will. So it's much more versatile than what you do in the past. Local option sales tax is a perfect opportunity to look at that. So we borrowed the pool GO after the vote. That's how the bond went. But we plan to use local option sales tax fees so many years out to pay a big chunk of it off every year going forward. Whereas the ball diamonds are actually local option sales tax bonds. They have to be paid for out of local option sales tax. So if you can do it GO, you have an option. If you can't, it has to be from that fund. That's the cleanest way I think we can explain it. Not that any of that matters to you necessarily, but I'm saying that's why it looks the way it does and that's why it's different, certain things. You'll look into different funds, you'll see some debt, you'll see transfers. That's why. In working with Spear, Val, that became the best way to fund it with the most options to make sure that we have the right funding available in the issues at hand. So that is your debt service fund as it sits today. Assuming you don't borrow any more going forward, that's what it would look like. Any questions? I know that one's a weird one. Otherwise, the next and final piece would be your capital projects. And they are exactly what we believe they are. It's just our big capital items. So Fund 301, you've heard that talked about quite a few times. This is a fund that a lot of that money comes in from utility contributions from Waverly Utilities. We're very thankful for that. We also transfer bond proceeds into here depending on the topic, but we carry a balance at the bottom and we use it for arbitrage fees, which is something we have to do on bonds. There's our zoning code we talked about. There's the sidewalk and parking lot issue for the police department we talked about. There's the matching funds to the airport apron that we need to have for the next year. There's the rail trail slabs for the missing boards till we can actually get that bridge replaced. It's gonna come out of there. Your civic setting parking lot, the slabs that we're doing there. We do always have money in for the outdoor warning system, for the sirens and so forth, for maintenance, repair, replacement, whatever that may need. And then we have the parks mowers and the UTV, their equipment there. Instead of taxing for it, it can come out of this fund as well. And then finally, we have the transfer to 350, and this is for our housing. When we do the matching funds, the $5,000 matching funds, we're trying to replenish that fund and not completely gut it so that we have more going forward. So we kicked in 100 last year, we still wanted to put some in this year. So we put another 5 houses getting built and authorized for that to happen too. So when we talk about CIP, CIF, 301, it's all the same, that's the fund. So we kind of try to put in one-offs, small things that we just aren't gonna tax for because it's kind of repetitive, so this is where that ends up. So the rest of these are somewhat self-explanatory when you look through them. Sidewalk program, that was what we had for a number of years. Again, we had to hold off till we could clear the negatives that were in there. Going forward, I think we're gonna wanna start it again, and we would then allocate money from local option sales tax and then track the spending out of this fund for sidewalk improvements. And then as Justin had said earlier, we have the bituminous seal coat program. As I said, alley reconstruction projects are tracked separately in there. We have prior airport runway projects. Again, we keep them in here until the history falls off, then we remove them. But a lot of these are zeroed out or paid off as you go forward. 334, 7, 9, they're all airport driven, all paid off, all done and finalized. 350 is the industrial park. That was a lot of funding from when Goodwill was sold, the land for that. And so we have used that for economic development, including the matching funds for the housing program that we did. And again, as I said, we're trying to transfer back in to keep that portion from depleting the fund too far when we can to keep that going, keep that flush. And again, storm drainage improvements, exactly what it says it is. You can see in the top part where they come in from different funds or sewer, local option sales tax, assessments, sanitary sewer improvements, the WPC, while showing a negative, we are still working through that project. Obviously, the sewer fund is offsetting that negative. We're just tracking the project in here separately. So it's not negatives if we don't have the money. We're just not showing the influx yet until it's a finished project. So it is covered by sewer fund at this point in time. Just like any other negative would be covered by the balance in another fund, similar, or the general fund, it would cover it. A number of the others going forward, 367, 71, 72, all those are past projects. We're just showing history on them so you can see what we have done, what it looks like, where the money went. We are predicting these will be taken care of in '26. If not, you'll see them next year in '27. Same with the library renovation, which has been completed. Our rail trail bridges, we will do the engineering for the final 2 coming up. We'll pull it from the exact same fund into the first 2, because we have remaining funds coming in under budget on that. So we will utilize that for the other rail trail bridges going forward, as well as the patching. So it all made sense. It's allowed to do that because it's a similar usage for when the bonds were done, and we still get it paid for in the amount of time needed.
James, what are premium bonds?
Premium bonds are when you sell a bond and they actually give you free money. I love premium bonds.
Okay,
A few years ago.
Yeah, we got a little bonus.
Depending on the market, you can have a discount, underwriters to take that, and then you don't get as much bond proceed as you sold, or you get a premium, and we love premiums. We don't have to pay them back. We can use them for whatever we would like. Sometimes those range from $10,000 to $250,000. And we'll take all the free money we can get, so bring those premium bonds. The reason you see them is the person that's doing the interest on the bond has already probably resold it or wants it to be a higher coupon to sell it better in the market they're gonna deal in. Because it doesn't just go to them, it goes to another person and another person, and it just goes through these markets. So they pay us to make sure that they get that bond, so
Yeah.
to speak, or pay a premium, so it looks the way they need it to on their end, so they can resell it faster, easier. We've had instances where bonds have already been sold and they didn't win the bid. You gotta win the bid, so that's the first point, but, premiums are just that. And we can then allocate that money anywhere in the bond. If you have an overage, you can use it for that. So it just depends on how the market's driving. We've
Yeah.
been receiving
Yeah, we've
premiums
seen
for a
that.
long time. Hopefully the discounts stay away. Tail race removal, again, we're trying to finalize that to see if that balance is eligible for additional funding somewhere else. Traffic beacons we've done, public works generator. So our goal is to even these out, overages and underages, and zero them out as we go forward, so we know exactly how much money we have remaining from the bonds. Because legally, we have so much time to spend them before we get jammed up over it, so we want to make sure that we utilize everything before we go and borrow additional funding. So when you look through all these, our concrete projects, that's where we'll put the parking lot for the Civic Center. We will fund it out of there. So it's, fueling station, aquatic center, that's still in process. We have it shown as being done this fiscal year. I sure hope it is. If not, that'll bleed into the next fiscal year. 39th, all we did was the engineering on that. That'll be a project we'll discuss at some point in time as well. Do you go forward with that? Do we still hold another year waiting on the county? Heinz Edition we have brought up. That's one that we think we need to move forward on. The engineering is in here. So again, it's been being engineered right now. I think we're close to needing a bit more to finalize it now. All the preliminary's been done through this fund. Our lift station improvements, we were just talking about as well. That's been engineered and ready. So a lot of what you'll see here when they're smaller funds is the engineering is done, and now it can sit or you can move forward. And that's what you'll discuss when we get into our capital projects. Do you want to do projects going forward? Do you want to hold off another year? What does it all look like? But this capital section is what's going to break it out, each and every one of them, show you what we estimate it's going to be time frame, when the engineering hits, when we think it'll be completed, and so forth. And that is your capital project section, which is the entire summary at the end that adds it all up, so you can see the total amount of it. That was a lot, and that was a lot of fast stuff, but a lot of these, again, are already finished, they're already paid off. It's more the future, what do you want to do projects that we're going to look at. So, do you have questions on our capital projects, funds, how we're doing them, how we're using them? Otherwise, that's pretty much it. I mean, we've hit about every part of the budget. The only thing left would be to discuss capital projects, to listen to the nonprofits that are coming on the 7th, to see if we want to fund those or not. That's pretty much what we have. Any questions you may come across as you review this, as we've gone through all this information the next week or so. We will have that ready for the 7th. We will, so it's kind of your prerogative. It's 1:35. If you want to move forward, we can start talking about capital projects. If you want to call it, you can do that. Staff is ready to stay as long as you need to. It's whatever you'd like to do. I don't know, Mayor, if you want to get a sense of this.
What are your thoughts, council people?
How do you know you have money to fund all these things coming up? Like how?
We would go to the debt market of different types of funding, whether it would be local option sales tax, if it's appropriate, it's a different type of bond. You would do your general obligation bonds. You would pull water fees that would pay off the bond. Most of the projects that we talk about are debt
So they're on.
or tax. You only have it limited in how you can do it. You can tax for it, you can borrow for it. There's not much else. The grants sound good. We love talking about grants. They're few and far in between anymore. They've dried up. They're so competitive. It's hard for us as a city our size to get it. Plus, we're affluent, so that doesn't help either, because that eliminates us from a lot of our grants. The grants are difficult right now. So the core of what you can do project-wise is property taxes or borrowing, which is still property taxes, just at a less truncated time frame. And that's what it kind of looks like going forward.
Okay.
So that's how we come from it. Otherwise, you, like I said, you pull it from fund balance, you pull it from, which we don't have, or you pull it from property taxes, which we're capped and limited. As I said, it forces us to go to debt. And that's what it's supposed most cities to do. But we have limits on that too. So again, it's not that you can't, it's should you.
Couple different types of general obligation, the essential corporate use, general.
Yeah.
So like the pool, we had to go to a bond because that's not considered an essential. So in order to borrow as much as we want, because it's 900,000, is that?
950, 60, somewhere in there now, it's
Yeah,
adjusting
they
each
bumped-
year.
They bumped it up a little bit,
Yep.
that we can borrow for whatever,
Without going.
a limit, but, so the pool wasn't gonna be much more than that, so we
Yeah.
had to go ask the public if we could borrow that much. If it was an essential corporate purpose, such as the
Streets, roads,
streets, the
bridges.
service center, then when we did that.
Yeah.
We could, and some of that we did with, we were able to combine with, our infrastructure funds to borrow that, so. This is the fun part of budgeting, it's this pool and this pot can come from here and, yeah, to be able to.
The definitions
That's
are
what
weird.
James does great and what Val keeps us in
That's,
line with and.
So existing park, I can spend however much I want, that's essential. A brand new park, I'm limited because that's not essential. So that's what I've never understood. The same thing is, but if it's existing or not, determines how you can fund it. You need a referendum here, you do, but the exact same thing here that exists, you don't. No idea why, but that's just the way it works. So Spear Financial helps us with our bonds. Allers and Cooney, we use for legal, is our bond attorney to make sure it's done legally and correct if we go forward. And that's kind of the point that we're at now. How far do you want to go? Do you want to jump into actual topics, discussions? The only two that I do want to have discussion on, just lead you in because they are going to be coming forward, is Heinz Edition, which we've got the engineering about finished for, and the lift station / sewer lining. SRF projects have a certain timeline to hit. Again, state revolving fund, IUPs, which is their program project, documentation is in. But you get on that list, you have to complete so much time, so they are a little more time sensitive than the others. So I don't know if there's any issue necessarily you want to talk about with those. Estimates that we would have, Justin, correct me if I'm off on these. So for the Heinz Water Edition, I've added about 2.4 million ballpark. That's water and sewer, so you'd have to split those into two different series because you have water bonds and sewer bonds. Eastgate is about 800, and we have the 1.5 million for the sewer lining. So those together would be 4.7 in state revolving funds, not property tax, not capacity driven, but state revolving funds, be about 4.7 for those two significant projects.
So for Eastgate, Heinz, and the sewer lining.
Yes, everything. It's 4.7.
And are you
Again,
saying?
it's not property tax.
Are you saying you'd like us to discuss
At
those
least if
projects
there's any
today?
issue, because we're probably gonna bring the second, I think we have what's coming on the second,
Second is the next meeting, 16th.
one of the two. So we could hold off the second if we had to, and then discuss it on the 7th, give you time to think it through. But that paperwork will be coming to get these going seasonally, so we can get it knocked out, get it to state revolving, get it finalized, get the bids let, in time frame where they're competitive. So those are a little more time sensitive, because we already engineered those.
Well, I guess my question for you, and you asked us how long we wanted to go today, was what are things that you want us to have more information about today so that we can have discussion that's meaningful on the 7th or at the upcoming meetings?
I think you have it. I mean, I think in here is the responses for the nonprofits. We are summarizing so we can get you a tax rate based on what we found today, we didn't have, that kind of thing. So we're working through that for the 7th, so you have a final, this is what this all looks like. We're close. I think our levy goes up, but again, it depends largely on the debt. As it is today, if we don't borrow anything, we're in great shape. Lower taxes, it's all great. Even if we put a debt amount in, we've played with and seen kind of what does that look like, I still think you lower taxes because of the rollback. You can't spend enough to not lower taxes almost. It gets to that point. I wish people understood that the rollback determines largely whether your taxes go up or down more than we can. You can't save enough when it goes up to not make it happen. You almost can't spend enough because you're capped to make it happen. So rollback drives this. And now that it went down, taxes should go down. At least for residential and ag, because that's the ones that went down. Business, you squeeze that balloon, pops up over here. It's only one bucket of money, and that's the thing we try to get people to understand. It's like taking a bucket of water and saying this water is not gonna touch this water. It just doesn't work like that. You have one bucket, that's it. If I take some out of here, I have to put it back over here. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. The system is only one unit. So project list, we'll run back through them.
The building next door, it's great, they got some great stuff coming, I wanna pull it, I don't wanna do anything next year personally. I think we gotta rest on that and get a better sense of where it is. 10th Avenue Southwest, we're trying to get a sense from the DOT, when is that gonna be ready? What kind of money are we gonna get for payment from that? When is it coming? What's that look like? Got an email into Nick Humble to see if they have an idea of when that's gonna be finished, which is basically the detour comes off like it has, but then the bridge is finished, the project closes out, et cetera, because that would be the timing for that.
So you're talking, how much money is the DOT gonna give us? for
Right,
Wear and
for the
tear on that?
damage and wear and tear. So I have that about 400,000 to 500,000. You think it's probably reasonable for that project to get that finished all the way out? The cemetery roads we talked about, that's about 290,000, do that project. If that's something you wanna do. And I will send you all a sheet of all this, the estimates, to kind of help rank out what your thoughts are, what your aren't, so we can get that as well coming for, the 7th. The golf clubhouse renovation. We know we went to referendum before to do a brand new clubhouse, tear it down, rebuild it. It was $5.5 million. It was a lot of money, and it failed. We have since gone to look at what if we renovate what is there, the existing, and it's less than half that. So if you do that project, as we were just talking, we would borrow the GO, at least the most efficient way to do it, for about $950. And then you do local option sales tax for the balance of about $1.6 million. $1.5 million, $1.6 million. And it will take it, we've done the math on it, it does work. That's how you would fund that. So $950 would be actual property tax, the other would be local option sales tax, which is allowed per the vote how many years ago. 7th Street flood mitigation, someday we're gonna get to that. That plan is not even done yet, so I don't even wanna start thinking about borrowing something before we even know what it really is. The SRS we talked about. The new well, I guess that's the other one, timing wise, I'm not sure what that looks like, if we're gonna get the federal funding attached to it.
I got some estimates coming by the 7th.
Okay, so we'll know a little more there, so that's a possibility. I don't know how that fits into the mix, it would be reimbursable, some of it, et cetera, so, and then we did talk briefly about 13th Avenue Southwest, that's that stoplight by Hy-Vee, the second one that's a couple blocks is all, but it's busted up pretty good. We're gonna try and get a better idea what the utilities look like under it, which will drastically change the price. That could be anywhere to $200,000 to $500,000 depending on what we see in the ground. Again, small project, but it's kind of a broken up important one that we need to get to. 39th is the one that's out by the fairgrounds. We've got the engineering about finished. I put that at about $1.4 million, $1.5 million. Do you take it to city limits? Do you not? The county should take it from there. They may never. We don't know. Do you not do it? Again, decision you guys would have to make. That's one of the few that again was engineered. So we're bringing it forward. Do you want to move the construction or not? And then the last piece is the equipment we've talked about. What do we do with that? Fire truck, dump boxes for the dump trucks, bucket trucks. Like I said, road use tax cannot take it. It'll break that fund and we can't do that. So we either try and find a way to replace it somehow. That's Val and I, it's our assignment next week to figure that out for you come the 7th and try and get to you what that's gonna look like. Best case scenario. There's some people we wanna talk to make sure it's done properly. In case there's limitations and how we do that too, but, that's what we're talking about. It's a nice list. The others, some people would ask about is, well, what about the trail bridges? We are trying to get TAP funding grants for those, and I think we have a good shot at those. And plus, the report has not been back, and where there's weight limits, we're probably still okay. So I'd like to go another year out on those, not include them here. Kids Kingdom, if he talks about that, I'd like to get the pool done first, before we start tearing that up right next to it. And plus, I think there's a group that would like to fundraise a bit of that in the next year or so instead. So it's why we've not included that. And then we have some small roadways, whether it's Horton, et cetera. We're gonna try and seal coat, do some different things as needed over the next how many years. So it's a lot of what we walked through this last fall. The core ones are the ones that we've talked about that are kind of ready to go or need a little bit of blessing. We'll send that list out to you with cost estimates, let you kind of comment back so we know what you're dealing with, or at least have something to cite. And then on the 7th, we'll hope to try and wrap up what is, what isn't. We'll have some scenarios, what it looks like, depending on the cost. And then we'll be able to hopefully finish this up in 2-3 hours on the 7th. That'll be that. That's our plan at least. So I think you have everything you need overall. It's just giving you a list to work off of and think through. So it's right in front of you with some estimates to go forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think the little summary you just gave us is very helpful. I mean, I think it's always good to hear from the department heads of what's their triage list, you know, what are their priorities, and helps us make sense of it all.
Absolutely.
I just want to go on record, I won't be here on the 7th, and I am adamantly opposed to spending any money on 39th Street.
The fair, the road by the fairground?
I was, when you guys approved engineering, I wasn't there that day, and I would have voted against that. Everything else that you went over, I would be open to discussing, but that one, I just don't want a dime spent on that.
Okay, it's noted.
James, how long does engineering typically good for? I mean, I know that can be hard to.
I think you'd be good for years, depending on the project.
Yeah.
You might have to tweak it slightly to get adjustments, whether it's mostly funding estimates, but the actual, if it's a road, the road is what the road is.
Yeah.
It's just whether you move forward or not. So you'd have to update a little bit, but it's not that expensive once it's done. Other projects, now depending on, you know, water, sewer, things shift, whatever, maybe, but again, I think it stays for quite a while, actually. The first part is just getting it done.
Yeah.
And now you have it when you want to move forward versus having to wait, do 6 months of engineering. So like I said, all this is engineered. It's, the real pressing ones are Heinz,
Yeah,
lift station, sewer lining.
yeah.
All the SRF, the rest of it, they'd be nice, but that's up to you. And then we'll see what the boiler does. So, you know, it's another one I've got to put on there because I wasn't thinking about
boiler.
it. We'll see what the boiler looks like in this building at 30 years old. So no idea what that might or might not cost. But that's where we're sitting at.
Can I say one more thing?
Of course.
Okay. When we're talking about the nonprofits,
Yes.
I would like to continue our current funding on all those.
Okay.
And the chamber, I think, was asking for a raise.
Another 10,000, I believe, sir.
I think the chamber's done a great job with the bridge closure, but I would like to see their funding remain the same.
Noted.
Okay.
You have that, Carla. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've done enough for
You've hit it
today,
all.
it sounds like. Yeah, I just want to thank staff for all the hard work. I know this just takes hours and hours, and the explanations are great. You answer all our questions patiently, but thank you to everybody for your work.
It is a time-consuming, arduous process for sure, so thank you to everybody for keeping everything running smoothly and being prepared and explaining it to those of us who are new here. So appreciate your time, everyone. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Move that we adjourn.
Second.